Hello and good morning. It is Wednesday and it is day 3 of Group A. So we are going to see, as you can see on the graphic, the players like Jared Cole, Mike Warburton, Scott Marsh, Richie Burnett, Darren Beveridge and Nathan Girvin. But as you can see from the table, 20 points is quite the tally over the last couple of days for Jared Cole. He has been perfect on Monday and Tuesday. He's going for the perfect 30. But first and foremost, let's get a look at these two in pursuit of the perfect man at the top of the table. Mike Warburton is the closest challenger to Jared Cole on 12 points. And Darren Beveridge in 5th position in the table is now playing for position as he can no longer catch the man at the top. 12 points adrift with only 10 points available for Wednesday in his 5 matches. 5 matches per player today. So 15 in total for your darting entertainment between now and maybe around 2:15 in the afternoon British time. But you may be tuning in internationally. But Warby, who is 8 points adrift, he needs to have a perfect day. And he needs Jared Cole to have an absolute nightmare today. Just a few stats from the first couple of days, which have piqued my interest this morning when doing my research. Looking at the head-to-head records between all of the players on Monday and Tuesday, staggeringly, only 4 of the individual head-to-heads are drawn at 1-1. The rest of the games, in fact 11 of them, have seen a player win twice against the same opponent, which is quite rare. But the one bunch of stats that have really grabbed me this morning involve this guy, who has just hit
180.
Only his 6th 180 of the week right there.
180.
That's the 13th for Darren Beveridge, and he gets himself onto the same finish as Mike Warburton. As we turn our attention to this leg, and I'll come back to my point about Mike in a second.
99. Darren, you require 161.
51 for Bull. Would have seen him break the Warburton throw. It's still possible,
Mike, you require 62.
But only if Warby misses this. Double 16.
30.
And he offers the chance to Beveridge to break in leg 1.
Darren, you require 24. No score.
And somehow that third dart does not nestle under the second.
Mike, you require 32.
And Warburton is very fortunate to be getting this second bite of the cherry. Somehow that doesn't go in.
No score.
And neither does that.
Darren, you
not
require
badly
24.
thrown, just didn't go in. 2 6s now for Darren Beveridge, who takes the first leg in 17 darts. A somewhat quizzical first leg, as you can see. But as far as I'm concerned, I think Darren Beveridge, who has had a somewhat puzzling week, will be very happy just to take that one.
Game on. $41.
Yeah, Mike Warburton in 2nd position in the table, and he does have a 4-point gap between himself and Scott Marsh in 3rd. But looking at his individual stats for the week, they make for very puzzling reading. He's played 10 games, of course. He's won 6, which is a very fine effort.
47.
His running average for the week is 83.18, and that is the lowest of any player in this group. Just a little bit of proof to say that averages lie. And to add to that, he hasn't had an average of over 90 all week. In fact, his best average of the week of 88.68 is the lowest of all 6 players. So when you look at those stats, including the fact that he's got the fewest amount of ton plus outs as well,
100.
and had the fewest amount of 180s before the start of play, it's quite incredible that he's in second position.
84.
It says to me that he has scrapped very well when needed.
137.
Superb visit there from Warby to leave 68. Trying to break straight back. A lot of people might have gone for the bull and 25 with the last dart
85.
that he threw, but it was
Mike
an
requires
aggressive try at the
68.
57, and it was successful. It's another try at the 32 bed. And this
Aims on
time
the
he gets it
second leg.
right. So everything that went
Warburton.
wrong in leg one has now been rectified. We can scrub the first two legs and now have a best of 5 scenario coming up.
Third leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
As far as Darren's week is concerned, he's been just below par. The overall average for the week
60.
out of all of the players is 86.13. He's about 0.6 below that. But what we can say is that yesterday, all of the players did play better than Monday.
100.
The overall average was up by about 3%. Highest average of the week, 97.19. That came in the mid to late portion of
140.
yesterday's play. That was in fact against his fellow Scot, Nathan Girvin. His best performance, a 4-1 victory against Nathan.
57.
It was very, very impressive indeed. And you might wonder, what would Darren's motivation be today? Because he can't top the table
59.
and make it to the finals on Saturday via this group. Well, of course, the position of a player in this group stipulates where they will play on Thursday and Friday.
140.
He might want to play in the 5-person group on Thursday and Friday night, where 3 players will progress to the finals. So in order to be involved in Group B,
60.
he has to be in the top 3 of the table by the end of play today. And he is well within striking distance of that. And a win
60.
against Warby, who is in good position to get second spot, if indeed he's not going to get top spot, would really, really help his cause.
97.
Another good switch
Darren, you
to leave the
require
2 darter, very reminiscent of
144.
the previous leg. Again, Beveridge can't take the 144.
58. Mike, you require 85.
So there are options here. 20 and bullseye coming in. But you've got to get the single first.
45.
Sets it up just in case
Darren, you
Beveridge
require
can't convert 86. And it would be for a 3rd consecutive break of throw in this match. 7-7.
Game show on the third leg. Darren Beveridge.
Well, it's a really, really good conversion from Darren Beveridge. And we do have 3 consecutive breaks of throw in this match. But going forward,
Fourth leg, it's
we
Darren
do
to
say
throw
that
first.
if you don't hold
Game
in the
on.
next leg, the break is meaningless.
57.
As far as games coming up, we have Jared Cole against Nathan Girvin next. And then Richie Burnett against Scott Marsh in game number 3.
97.
Nathan Girvin at the bottom of the table on 4 points. I think it's pretty fair to say that unless he has
60.
a 4-win day, or indeed a 5-win day, he's going to be playing in Group C, which will commence tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. with those bottom 3 participants from today's table,
100.
and also including Scott Williams, Paul Hogan and Justin Smith. So they will join us tomorrow, as I hope you will.
100.
But tomorrow we have 2 sessions for you. Thursday and Group B will commence at 10 p.m. live on Sporty Stuff TV and across the world
100.
with the Online Darts YouTube channel. We will have positions 2 and 3 from this table. And also Connor Scott,
100.
Wes Newton and Lee Cox will be joining us.
$60.
So far the averages in this game are fairly reminiscent of what we've seen so far this week. Mid-80s for Warby,
Yes.
low 80s for Beveridge.
136.
But that's good.
Mike, you require
This time it's Mike's chance for a 144. And he's not going to take it either. So Beveridge is starting to find a spot here where he can kick forward.
100.
If he can convert this
Darren,
48,
you require 48.
he's in a superb position to get 2 points for his first win of the day.
16.
But like we've seen earlier in the match,
Mike, you require 44.
vital misses for holds of throw. Single 12 and double 8 now.
28. Darren, you require 32.
Beveridge has been let off.
Game
And
shot
this
on
is
the
really,
fourth
really
leg.
good news for Beveridge's
Darren
position in the table because he really wants to finish in the top 3, in my opinion. And this is a hammer blow to the chances of Warby maybe getting top spot. He might be handing it to Jared Cole before he's even played. Just remember that 8-point gap will not be bridged
59.
if Warby loses this one and Cole wins his first game of the day. That will seal Group A by Wednesday morning.
180.
And if you think that's going to make the rest of the day dull, think again. We'll get you guys
60.
involved in some social media activity. We will ask a few questions about the darting world. Get you joining in on some Twitter action.
43.
And indeed, we'll talk about the players in an individual sense and see where their careers are heading. And indeed, which group they are going to be playing in later in the week.
60.
As far as the head-to-head record between these two is concerned, it is 1-1. And like I said, only 4 of the 15 head-to-head records this week
100.
are 1-1. The rest of them have been bossed by one player.
$60.
They played game 2 on Monday, and it was won 4-3 by Beveridge. Mike Warburton got his revenge yesterday in match 14, winning 4 legs to 2.
83.
But the likelihood is that Beveridge will be getting his hands on 2 points from their third match this week.
44.
As Warburton's average goes below
Darren, you
80 for
require
the first time,
95.
and Beveridge's is almost 84. He's going to set up tops,
55.
and does. He will have 3 clean darts to win the first match of the day by 4 legs to 1. And the destiny of Group A will be in Jared Cole's hands in the next match.
59. Darren, you require 40.
He's got 6 darts from here.
No
He's
score.
going to need the second visit. He's very fortunate that Warburton left a bogey number.
$81. Darren, you require
He's had a
40.
sighter at tops. That one's a little bit further away. That one's further away still. Looking a bit puzzled is Darren.
20.
Very puzzled.
Mike, you require 78.
The first three at tops were very close. I'd like to say that they were, but they genuinely weren't. Is Warburton going to show him where it is?
38.
Well, he's shown him the vicinity.
Darren, you
not
require
quite
20.
where tops is. So 6 attempts at tops. They failed. Double 10
Game
is
shot
found,
of the match.
and he
Darren
ambles over the
Beveridge.
line eventually on double 10 and gets a 4-1 victory. But the important thing about that is now that Jared Cole comes into game 2, after you can see the average is both 76, so a bit of early morning action there. The doubles percentages will improve as the day goes on. But Jared Cole, coming into his first game of the day against Nathan Girvin right now, knows that if he wins, he has won Group A. Welcome back to the Online Darts Live League for Wednesday. I'm Paul the Asset Nicholson, calling all of the games today. We've already had one game, and Darren Beveridge has taken that one by 4-1. So what will his countryman do, Nathan Girvin, against the possible Group A champion after this match in Jared Cole? Well, these two both got the memo this morning, didn't they? They're wearing the same shirt. They are, of course, part of the same crew, the elite group of Target Darts. Just a little glimpse into the future of what we will see potentially for the next 10 to 20 years. But over the last couple of days, Jared Cole has been perfect. You don't need to be a rocket scientist to work out the fact that Jared Cole has beaten Nathan Girvin twice in the last couple of days, because he's beaten everybody twice. He is in a fabulous position. One more win, and he is guaranteed of being in Saturday night's action. Live on Sporty Stuff TV from 10 p.m.
85.
And live on YouTube around the world at the same time. It has been a blistering week from
99.
Jared. From a points perspective, he's had a good, steady time of it. And the two things that really pop
100.
out are his best overall average for the week over every player. That's not really a surprise.
57.
When you're picking up 10 wins from 10, you expect the top player to have the best overall average, and he does at 89.37. He has the second best
56.
individual performance of 97.67. But quizzically, before this play began,
45.
he was the second worst in 180s, only 6 for the week. But his checkout percentage is way better than anyone.
65.
42.11%. That, for me, over 10 games is world class. And that's why he's top. Add to that over his 10 games this week,
100.
he's won 7 of them by 4 legs to 3.
$133.
Got pressure on him in this
Jared
first
require
leg.
100.
Double top. Just takes a pause on double 10. Wasn't
80.
comfortable, and it doesn't materialise. So Nathan
you
Girvin
require 62.
looking for a good start here. And has one shot at double 16.
46.
Misses out to offer Jared 3
Jared,
at
you
double
require
10
20.
for leg number 1.
Game shown the
It's a chance
first
he
leg.
takes.
Jared
And
got
you really do expect him to take chances like that because, like I say, his doubles percentage is better than everybody else, and he doesn't hang around either.
Second leg, it's Nathan to throw first. Game on.
I've been handed a statistic this morning from my good friend Mark Walker, who
59.
works with us closely here at the Online Darts Live League, does an incredible job. Before play began today, and we take out the derby matches, as we see the first 180 of the day from Jared. So we take out the likes of Beveridge versus Beveridge versus Girvin. We take out Marsh
180
versus Cole, the Englishman versus the Englishman, the Scots versus the Scots, and the Welsh versus the Welsh. If we talk about the Welsh versus
58.
the Scots, it's 4 matches all. If we talk about England versus Wales, it's 4 matches all. But when English players play Scottish players here this week,
43.
the English are owning it. They've won 8 games against the Scots. So that makes for very interesting reading coming into this game,
54.
where Nathan Girvin or Darren Beveridge have not defeated an English player this week. I was rudely interrupted there by 2 180s, one from either player.
59.
But it is Girvin who gets to the finish first. But what kind of finish can be cultivated by Jared?
90. Nathan, you
Doesn't
require
make
160.
many mistakes when it comes to counting, if indeed any at all. Girvin's looking for a second 160 of the week. That is in fact his
100.
biggest finish of
Jared,
the
you
year
require
here
190.
in his 41 matches played. 60 for tops would have given Jared a 2-0 lead.
59.
And he has
Nathan,
to
you
rely
require
on a mistake
60.
from the Scot now if he wants that to be so.
Game shown the
No
second
such
leg.
mistake.
Nathan,
And Nathan Girvin does level things up at 1 leg apiece here. His doubles percentage coming into this week was very good, but it has taken a bit of a hit over the last couple of days.
Third leg, it's Jared to throw first. Game on.
It was very impressive at around 34% starting on Monday, but that has dipped now to 31.5%.
180.
As Jared finds his second 180 of the match. But it's useful experience for Nathan Girvin,
140.
who will be playing, I'm sure, in Group C tomorrow morning and on Friday. And he will be able to wipe the slate
58.
clean and start again and possibly get to Saturday night's finals maybe with Jared. I'll say maybe.
81.
All Jared Cole needs to do now is win one match of 5 today. I think it's fair to say he's going to do that. I'd be astounded if he didn't.
59. $60.
I mentioned that 4 threes were a bit of a specialty for Jared Cole this week. Well, 2 of them have come against Nathan Girvin. They've both been very, very good games as well. Yesterday when they played in match 4, they both averaged 97. It was one of the best games we've seen this week, if not the best.
96.
Tidy leave there from Jared.
125.
With Nathan looking for a bit of a champagne shot here. And the shot is off now, thanks to that miss at the 25.
41. Jared, you require 8.
Double 4 then for a 2-1 lead. He finds double 2 and he's halfway in this game to getting the 2 points. Here you see him not wasting any time whatsoever. He is a very entertaining player to watch. He does not hang around.
Looks like it's Nathan to throw first.
He's not just good, he's quick.
$42.
Two more players to make their first bow of the day. We'll follow next with Richie Burnett and Scott Marsh. Richie Burnett currently in 4th position in the table and Marsh in 3rd. And both of them on 8 points. And will possibly just be playing for position
53
in the table. And a bit of pride today, of course, to give them confidence going into later in the week.
60.
That's the thing about Wednesday when there are 5 matches and you're 12 points adrift, like Marsh and Richie Burnett and Beveridge were before play began. They had no chance of catching Jared. In fact, the only person who could was Warburton. And that first loss really has handed this group on a plate to the man who has no pressure on him today.
42.
He's in position for 3-1 here. He's got a 1-dart lead and the darts against the throw.
100.
And he looks like a player that doesn't have any pressure on him. But I assure you, after talking to Jared last night over text,
58.
he was asking questions
Jared, you require 110.
that really made me smile because he fancies making a statement today. Double 16. And that is a little bit of a statement because that 15-darter from Jared Cole sees him get to 3-1 and he now has multiple opportunities, as you can see, with that beautiful central double 16 to get the 2 points by either 4-2, 4-1, or indeed a 4-3 again for an 8th time this week. I was talking to Jared last night. He asked me if anybody had ever won all 15 games in Group A. And I said, no. Nobody has ever done that. So maybe that's his motivation today, to have 3 perfect days and be the first person ever to get 30 points from Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday.
99.
The record is 26. To get 13 wins from 15. And coincidentally, that is held by Mike Warburton, his closest challenger in this group. That was all the way back in Phase 1 earlier in the year.
59.
I'm sure Jared would just take getting through this group and getting through the finals on Saturday in the top 3 to make sure he's in Champions Week come September the 13th, because that's where the cash is, where the checks are cashed, sorry. Indeed, it is £7,000 up for grabs on the finals night in Champions Week. It's all well and good getting records, but what you've got to do is get to finals week We'll get to Champions Week.
180. Jared, you require 148.
That is the aim.
78.
It's a great switch.
Nathan, you require 68.
To leave himself on a very similar shot to Nathan's. He's got treble 12 for double 16.
52.
And he offers Jared his first chance of winning this group.
Jared, you require 70.
To win it with 22 points and 4 games to spare, he needs 19 in bull. But double 6 is the shot.
64.
And it misses by the width of a wire.
Nathan, you require 16. Game
He stops the procession, does Nathan Girvin, with a break of throw. As you can see here, the first effort is high, which is a good miss. But the second dart, using the open portion of the bed, not needing the guide.
To throw first.
And all of a sudden, we are back on throw in this one. Multiple times this week, Jared Cole has taken advantage of missed match darts against
78.
him. This time, he has to work from a different position. He's missed a match dart and has to figure out another chance.
60.
If indeed, of course, Jared Cole does have a bad day and doesn't win any games, he can still win the group.
99.
If Mike Warburton loses his next game, which comes against Scott Marsh in match number 5.
82. 100.
There's a bit of a Jockey Wilson follow through there from Nathan Girvin. Nothing wrong with that. Maybe from a technical perspective, I could critique it, but anything that reminds me of Jockey Wilson is a good thing.
100.
And if Nathan turns out anything like Jockey from a personality perspective, or indeed a talent perspective, he will be very welcomed in this game.
Nathan, you require 124.
Is it going to be 4-3 again? Bullseye is found, and it's 3-3.
Nathan Girvin.
Wow, what are we watching? Because for the 8th time this week, it is going to be a 4-3 scoreline in a game that involves Jared Cole.
7th and final leg, it's Jared to throw first.
Part of my conversation with him last night was that he loves a 4-3. Are we about to find out if he still loves a 4-3 coming into the 3rd day of the week? Full credit to Nathan Girvin, who missed, of course,
100.
the opportunity to get himself in contention to win this group earlier in the week, but he still is grinding away, causing problems
75
for Jared. But the last couple of legs, he's played much better.
140.
And he's continuing it. Averaging 83 to Jared's 87. And Nathan has got the darts. So Jared's undefeated streak and his streak of winning 4-3s is in serious, serious jeopardy here.
140.
Back comes Cole.
125.
He leaves a good number, but he wanted something smaller than that. Nathan Girvin only needs 61 more for a second consecutive bullseye checkout.
96.
That would have been some flourish.
Jared, you require 156.
And now Jared has had a match dart missed against him. He's going to need more.
60.
If he's going to protect his
Nathan,
unbeaten
you
record.
require 25.
To get only his 3rd win of the week.
Game
He has beaten Jared Cole. And there you see a
Girvin.
smile from his opponent. That was a very, very entertaining game. And these two really have served up a wonderful array of games this week. All of their games going 4 legs to 3. The average is very similar. Similar in the way that their previous 2 games were as well. Good amount of 180s. There were 4 of them from both players. Great stuff. But Jared Cole's procession is delayed, maybe just for a game or 2. Richie Burnett and Scott Marsh will play their first game now, and they're both on 8 points coming into Wednesday. Hello and welcome back to the Online Darts Live League. Paul the Asset Nicholson here for the remainder of your games today and indeed for the rest of this week. Group A is not quite finished yet as Jared Cole suffers his first defeat. But Richie Burnett and Scott Marsh are about to join us for their first match of the day. And they do have something to play for, even though they can't top the group. It's all about league position for these two. We want to find out where they're playing for the next couple of days. And maybe it's good for their chances of playing well today that they know they're going to be playing tomorrow and Friday.
Hey, first I get Richie to throw
They
first.
can relax, play and see what unfolds. But if they have a genuine want of playing evening darts or morning darts, therein lies just the tiniest bit of pressure on themselves. But Richie Burnett yesterday was much improved. He averaged 84.96 on Monday, only picked up the 1 win. Yesterday, 3 wins with an average of 87.23, and indeed the best individual game average and performance when he defeated Darren Beveridge by 4-0 in match 3 yesterday. 101.9 with 100% on his doubles. So Richie starts in 4th position in the table on 8 points and a leg difference of -3. Scott Marsh just above him on 8 points and a leg difference of +3. Just to add to what I was saying in the previous match about the Group A record of 13 wins from 15 and a grand total of 26 points. It's Richie not just
96.
Mike Warburton that has done that. Martin Thomas of Wales has done it too. So the Welshman, Richie Burnett, is looking for a 12-dart start here.
87.
And he finds himself on 9. Only 323 points ahead.
Richie, you require 9.
Single one for double four should be the shot. That one is right in the middle. That was a really good sign. And that corner
Burnett.
of the double four has been the spot for Richie Burnett this week. When he's gone to double four, he tends to hit it in the lower portion. Doesn't matter where you get it as long as you hit the green bit.
To throw first.
And he is 1-0 up.
Game on.
And he really has had the measure of Scott Marsh this week in a couple of decent games.
81.
Yesterday, it was 4-3. Averages of 83 for Richie and 81 for Scott. But good doubling from Richie got him over the line. 44%.
80.
A little bit of a wider margin when they played on Monday. But it was a higher caliber game because both of them averaged 91. 50%
60.
on the doubles for Burnett being the separator once again. But looking at Scott's week overall, he's been really consistent.
140.
On Monday, he won 2 games after starting the week with 3 defeats. Averaged 87.12 on Monday. Yesterday, 2 wins with 87.23. So only 0.11 in between his 2 days' performance. That is really consistent. The one thing that was a little bit better yesterday, the doubles. 40% dead. And that was an 8% improvement on Monday. So if he improves a little bit more today again, maybe he can hold on to the top 3 spot and get himself into Group B.
123.
He has had some highlights of Scott this week. 170 checkout. He got 317 points in 6. With a maximum and a 137 with 2 double tops in it. That was a great exchange.
So you require 160.
So this 160 won't scare him. That is bang on. So is that. Oh, that was close. He genuinely thought when he threw that was going to plant its way into the lipstick, and it only just missed. 66 left. Now he needs the bull.
56.
Just shades the outside wire.
Scott, you require 40.
And Marsh comes back to level things up at 1-all.
Game shot on the
he
second
does just
leg.
that with a really intelligent shot. Looking to the left-hand side of the blocker. He has the ability to get them underneath, but that was the easier shot, going to the left to make it 1-all.
Third leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
Fascinating that Richie Burnett has hit the most 180s both days.
60.
Even when he was 5th in the table after day 1, he had the most 180s, totaling 9. And then he got another 9 yesterday. So he's atop those standings by some distance.
140.
His closest challenger, or challengers, are the Scots, Beveridge and Girvin. But you don't get bonus points for the amount of 180s you hit. You don't get bonus points for the big checkouts. You just have to win. And you wouldn't back against Richie Burnett getting through to the finals this week, because he has experience of playing all of the days in the week and still getting the job done.
85.
The winner of the curtain raiser to Phase 2, the Sporty Stuff TV trophy. And then he went on to win Phase 2 overall for the £6,000 prize.
100.
I don't think I will ever forget the noise that reverberated around this studio when he missed the double 18 for the 9 darter in the very last leg of Phase 2. On that early Sunday morning, around 2 a.m, the collective groan of the director, the producers, the scalpers, and all of the
59.
backroom staff, including myself.
Scott, you require 142.
It was a noise that will live in my memory forever. We all wanted him to hit that shot. I think even Sean McDonald, his opponent at the time, wanted him to hit it. I think we all just wanted to see the reaction of Richie Burnett if he'd have hit that one. As it stands, we've only had 2 9-darters in the Online Darts Live League this year, and both have come from James Richardson. Might get a 180 here, though. And we do. To pile the pressure on the 3-darter of Scott Marsh.
Scott, you require 104.
This is for a break of throw. And things have just got a little bit more tricky. As you can see, he scooches to the left. And only just misses out on the 60 to leave double 12.
64. Richie requires 62.
Can he retake the lead? On double 16.
Game shown the
There's your answer.
leg.
Perfectly
Richie
done
Burnett.
from Richie Burnett. Let's have a little replay of that one, because that treble 10 was right in the middle. And the double 16 was just as good.
4-flag, Scott to throw first. Game on.
All of the players this week have hit a ton plus checkout.
81.
And in those stakes, Scott Marsh is at the top with a 170 in the very first leg of the week. Highest checkout of the week for Richie Burnett, in fact, is the lowest ton plus checkout for any player of 115. We've had 2 160 checkouts from the Scots, Beveridge and Girvin. And I wonder what we're going to get today.
100.
Burnett, in this game so far, is averaging 96. 15 better than his opponent. But he hasn't really gotten rid of him too much yet. He's still lingering around.
125.
Scott Marsh is getting a little bit more
140.
in the way of focus. Those eyes are starting to pierce that 60. Bit of a change of colour today for Scott as well. Gone for the
100.
somewhat Evertonian blue and a little bit of grey. I kind of like this dart shirt he's wearing today. I think it's very fetching. If you're going to be a good dart player,
81.
coming into tournaments like this, you've got to have some good attire. But at the same time, you've got to be comfortable, because when you're playing 5 matches in a day, and indeed more than 20 in a week,
140.
you've got to be comfortable.
Scott, you require 99.
From head to toe. Come on, Scott. Put a flake in it with 2 double tops. He doesn't get the monkey's blood at the top.
Richie, you require 36.
It is Richie Burnett who's looking at double 18 now. Looks like a good guide.
18.
It doesn't work out, and he can't believe he's missed double 18
Scott,
because
you
it is
require
one of his
20.
favourites. He waves it off, and Scott Marsh should be equalising here.
Game shown the
And does
4-flag.
just that. We're at
Scott
2-2 in this one. It's been very entertaining so far, and Richie Burnett will be livid that he's not 3-1 up.
5th leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on. $100.
I'm trying to cast my memory back. I think it might have been double 18 that Richie Burnett won his world title on. I'll have to get on and check that one. Scott Marsh makes his move.
180.
That's his first maximum of this match. It has been coming.
140.
course, he beat Raymer van Barneveld in that 1995 final.
140.
And he did hit double 18 to win that world title. 1995 was a very famous world championship because not only did we see Richie win his only world championship, but that was the first time we ever saw Peter Wright. If you've never seen Peter Wright from that tournament, go to YouTube. Type in Peter Wright 1995 Lakeside.
139.
You might not even recognise him.
Richie require 100.
Richie looks a little bit different. He had a small moustache back then. But he has 61 points. Oh, and he doesn't have a chance. He got greedy. He went for the treble 11 to leave double 14. And Scott Marsh, who has been behind in the averages the entire match, is on the cusp of going ahead
42.
by 3 legs to 2. He chooses tops.
22.
He can't believe he's not in front now.
Richie require 25.
Well, Richie's found himself on 25.
Game show on the
But
fifth
it doesn't
leg.
matter. He gets
Richie
himself in
Burnett.
front and he will wipe his brow and think, well, that one could have gone the other way, but now at a 3-2 advantage, he has 2 opportunities to win this one.
Sixth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Second 180 of the match there for Scott Marsh.
180.
He now leads in that statistic. And that leads me to talk to the people who are tuning in today via their favoured bookmaker.
100.
If indeed you are choosing to have a little flutter today on any of the matches or the outcomes, like most 180s by a player in a match, or indeed the result. Please gamble responsibly. Remember, it's for
83.
18s plus, and of course begambleaware.org for more information.
$60.
As for the favourite in this match, it might have just been Richie Burnett. I didn't check the odds before we began, but based on Richie Burnett's performance yesterday, the fact that he was
134.
incrementally improving day on day, he might have been the marginal favourite. But it looks like we're going to the seventh leg for the second time today.
Scott, you require
In
100.
just match 3. 6 darts from 104 is a good position. He might go treble 16 here. And I believe he should have. Because now he's on 79, which is not a number that anybody likes.
44.
And maybe hitting the single 19 there was the play instead of getting the treble. Because maybe you want 2 darts at tops if you're Scott Marsh and not 3
38.
darts at double 11. The last thing you want to do
requires 60.
is start leaving really small numbers. Tops it is to take us all the way.
Game show on the sixth leg.
No arguing with that
Scott
whatsoever,
Marsh.
because 6 legs in, we are going the distance. Richie Burnett has had the measure of Scott Marsh this week. Will he have the measure of leg 7?
7th and final leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
Best performances of the week. And Richie Burnett is the only
100.
person to have averaged over 100 in a match. 101.9 yesterday in match 3, the same spot as this, but a different opponent. As far as Scott is concerned, a best average of 91.2. And indeed that was against Richie Burnett,
180.
but it was a losing average. But Marsh, who is not known for hitting a lot of 180s, has hit 3 in this match.
60.
And that one that he hit just there has given him the darts in the last leg. Gets rid of the one. It's a fine third dart. It's a fine leg from Marshy. Come on, Scott, that nickname needs some work.
$81.
Should be the Martian or something like that. Have a little similar picture to Marvin the Martian on the back of your shirt. If you have any better suggestions for a
60.
nickname for Scott Marsh, please do get in touch. I can relay them to him. But Richie Burnett really needs a 140 here, if indeed he can't get the max, which he can't get now, but he does get a ton to get to a finish.
Scott, you require
Super honesty there from Richie Burnett on Burnett Cam. 80 left with 2. And he's got a shot at double 10.
120.
And a match dart goes. Watch Richie Burnett.
Richie, you require
if he gets this,
160.
he will love this. Just too far north on dart 1.
100.
He has to wait. His arm flails,
Scott, you
and he
require
thinks the match is over. I think he might be right. Marsh averaging 96 here, a best performance of the week up to now. And he does get the win by breaking Richie Burnett in the very last leg of the contest in 14 darts. It could have been indeed a 12 or a 13 darter, but he will care not one jot about that because he has chalked up his 5th win of the week to get himself to 10 points. You can see 95.25 and 40% on his checkouts. That is his best performance of the week, so he has a lot to play with going into later in the schedule. Match number 4 will see the return of Jared Cole to the Ocky. He has another crack at winning Group A. This time it's against Darren Beveridge of Scotland. Welcome back to the Online Darts Live League for Wednesday. Group A could be sorted out right now. As you can see, 20 points for Jared Cole. That is the same as this morning. He did stutter against a Scot earlier on in the day. And it's the first time an English player has stuttered against a Scot this week. Will that trend continue going into match 4? But a win for Jared Cole here, or indeed a defeat for Mike Warburton in his next match, which follows after this against Scott Marsh. And Group A will be decided. And Cole will not have to play it tomorrow or Friday.
91.
Darren Beveridge will be very pleased that he picked up an early win against Mike Warburton in match 1, but he will not be happy with the performance. Averaging 77 and 23% on his doubles.
60.
But ultimately, it's about points. It's not about averages when it comes to the table. And Beveridge is scrapping to be in the top 3. Things have changed in the first game for all of the players today.
82.
Every 3 games that we play, that means that everybody has played 1 more of their allotted 5 for the day. So 3 games down,
60.
everybody now has 4 to go. Mike Warburton still in 2nd position, but he has Scott Marsh
98.
and Darren Beveridge on his tail,
167.
only 1 win behind.
$93.
This
Darren,
is
you
quite a
require
quick game.
170.
They're not hanging around. And Beveridge's opportunity at 170 is not really scared there.
60. Jared, you requires 74.
Double 16. And now double 8.
Game
Which
shown the
really
first
was
set.
his double yesterday.
Jared
That's a
Cole.
really sharp start from Jared. Every single time he was on double 8 yesterday, it was likely that he was going to take it. He has
Second leg is Jared
shown
to
that
throw first.
prowess once again at the start of this match against Darren.
100.
I think it would be good for Jared just to get that win out of the way and solidify his place in the finals.
100.
So then, for the next 3 games, he could possibly just play and watch everybody else feel a little bit of pressure. But he does have something at the back of his
60.
mind. He can't get the perfect 30 points, but he can set a Group A record of 28. Because the record of 26
140.
is held by Welshman Martin Thomas and Mike Warburton. It
100.
sets a really good benchmark as well for future leagues that maybe no one will ever surpass.
57.
Just consider the possibility of winning 15 straight games against players like this.
60.
What he's done already this week is very admirable. But the possibility, well, this morning, of
60.
winning 15 straight, to me, was almost inconceivable. Because I genuinely thought that all 6 players in this group were very, very tightly packed form-wise.
134. Darren, you require 144.
That first start seems to be shooting out of the cannon for Darren Beveridge in this
58.
match so far.
Jared,
He
you
hasn't quite
require
found it.
47.
But Jared may find double 16,
Game shown
And
the
does.
second leg.
and that
Jared
consolidates the first leg for him, and he's halfway to the mark that he needs already. But he was in this position against Nathan Girvin, and he was reeled in, so what can Darren do about
Third leg
it?
is Darren to throw first. Game on. $60.
Don't be afraid to get in touch with us today. As you can see, the Live League Twitter handle,
60.
@Darts Live League. That's where you get all of our results and little clips of highlights that happen during the day. If you fancy getting in touch with me
57.
today, it's @TheAsset180. Already had Stuart McNally getting in touch, the wee man from Scotland. Very happy about the fact that
43.
England have lost their first game against Scotland this week in the Live League. Stuart, one of our regular viewers. Thanks for tuning in, Stu.
140.
Beautiful 180 from Jared Cole.
180.
He finds his first of the game right there.
140.
But he's answered very well by Ice Cold, who, of course, has not beaten Jared this week.
58. Darren, you require 104.
But he did test him yesterday, and he is testing him right here in leg 3.
47. Jared, you require 160.
Another. When he threw that, he
81.
probably thought it was in, but the third dart was
Darren,
very,
you
very
require
slack.
57.
And his reaction tells the story as Beveridge goes for tops
Game shown
and
the
takes
third
it.
leg.
I'm not
Darren
100%
Beveridge.
sure that that was a pure dart, But just look at the wobble here of the dart hitting tops. It didn't go in at the usual upright angle of Darren's throw. So maybe that one came out a little sideways. But we'll give him a 4.8 on the dismount, but the result was right.
$97.
Still got the lead.
140.
Hitting 2 treble visits is Jared. I mentioned that he was tested yesterday by Darren. It was one of those 4 threes
92
that Jared has been a master at this week. Jared averaged 93 against Darren yesterday in game 9 to Darren's 91 average. But ultimately the doubles really did play their part, because Beveridge
60.
missed one match
Jared
shot,
107.
and then Jared stole it away.
55.
Jared isn't only quick, but he knows his numbers, and he's not afraid to use
45.
the southern
Jared
part of the board
52.
if indeed he feels it prudent. Double 16.
44.
And this time he misses double 8, but he's afforded that effort because Darren is adrift.
60. Jared, you require 8.
2 4s then for 3-1. And he has that little bit of breathing space once again. He only needs one more leg and then he can really breathe, because he would have 22 points and his position would be unassailable.
5th leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
I almost feel like I'm talking about the inevitable. And every time he gets close, something else happens from his opponent. You thought that maybe when he had double 6 to win the match against Nathan Girvin,
95.
that was going to go and that would be it, and he'd stay undefeated. But Girvin played exceptional darts from that point and took the win.
60. 45.
Just wondering how many times Jared Cole could possibly go all the way to a 7th leg in 15 matches. He's done it 7 times before today. Then he did it again in the last match, so that's 8.
180.
Just imagine if he does 4 threes all the way through today, that would be 13. In fact, no, it would be 12. Got my maths right there.
97.
Looks like Darren may indeed edge closer to that possibility.
100. Darren, you require 44.
Just gets the 9 because he was looking for the 12, and that's why he's stepping back. That's a small 3. It's still a 3.
28.
But Jared Cole is now on 81 for the group because of that miss. Double 13, 68. And he misses another dart for the group on the right-hand side of the board.
16.
It was double 6 last time. It was double 13 there. And Beveridge thought that one was a success. It was not. And he has to recalibrate for double 4.
No score.
And he hits the single 13 as well.
Jared, you require 13.
And it is 13 that Jared requires. Double 4.
Game,
and that is the group to Jared Cole. He has got
Cole
to 22 points. So everybody else is now playing for position. The majority of them knew that anyway this morning, but now Mike Warburton knows that he cannot catch Jared Cole. It's a good performance of 90.97, but there were a few mistakes in there that he could have to rectify a little bit later in the day or indeed the week. As far as Mike Warburton is concerned, he is on the hockey now and he takes on Scott Marsh in match 5. Now that Group A is indeed over when it comes to seeing who wins it, Jared Cole is successful in the #1 position and will stay there. Let's find out from now on out who is going to play in which group over the next couple of days. Scott Marsh currently in the table after a tidy performance a couple of games ago against Richie Burnett, winning by 4 legs to 3 and a very good average of 95.25. Finds himself on 10 points and +4 for his leg difference. A win here against Warburton will put him in second position behind Jared Cole. Darren Beveridge has just suffered a defeat to Jared. And that has dented his chances of making the top 3 because he's at 10 points. And if Marsh does win here, it means that Beveridge will be 2 points adrift of both of these players. And in turn, Richie Burnett on 8, currently in pursuit of the top 3, will be 4 points adrift. So things would be taking shape. But let's touch on that when we get to it. Mike Warburton's record, which he currently owns alongside Martin Thomas of the best points tally in Group A, is under threat from Jared. And there's nothing Mike can do about it. Maybe until he plays Jared in match 14 today.
58.
It could come down to that to protect his record with Martin. Speaking of Martin, actually, back in Phase 3, in the first week of Phase 3, Martin Thomas did get 26 points, like Warby did in Phase 1. But the margin of victory in that table for Martin was larger, and indeed it was the largest margin of victory in a table by 8 points
83.
over Terry Jenkins,
Mike require
who finished in second on 18. Superb first start for a 164. Well, those two were so good.
132.
I am absolutely flabbergasted that he didn't go for that one because the first two were so beautifully thrown. He must have fancied it for at least a second or two.
58. Mike, you require
the ultimate
32.
professional did the professional thing when his opponent is not on a finish. 2 8s now.
Game shown
And
the
he finds
Thursday.
that, which is a 15
Mike
darter,
Warburton.
to break the throw of Scott Marsh in a very good quality first leg. So from here, if he can keep that going, maybe he can get himself to 14 points.
Second leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Getting to 14 points would re-establish a 4-point gap between himself in second and indeed third and fourth place with Marsh and Beveridge. Second and third position
140
in the table will both get you to Group B to play tomorrow and Friday night. So there's no real difference, but from a confidence perspective, I know how Mike ticks.
100.
He'd much rather be second than third, and that will be his motivation for the rest of the day. He'll be disappointed that he couldn't bridge the gap over the last couple of days to Jared. But he understands the big picture. He'll want to join Jared in the finals on Saturday night.
100.
And then everything gets a bit more cutthroat, doesn't it? It's only 2 matches in the group on Saturday night. If you win them both, you will get through to the semi-finals. You might just have to win the one game in your group instead of the 2. But then if you can win the semi-final, you will be in Champions Week, which begins on September 13th. And the climax
41.
of Phase 4 will be on September
Scott, you require
18th.
164.
Finals night on Saturday, September the 18th, where £7,000 is up for grabs. There's a 164 up for grabs here.
Correct. 84.
He takes the 8 off the end of the score.
Mike, you require
and
160.
leaves 80. Mike needs twice that number.
Yes. 100.
Did the right thing in staying up top there. Switching was not an option.
Scott, you require 80.
And he leaves the simpler of the two outs. They now have the same number. Scott has 2 darts. Can he use the last one?
50.
Oh, he tried to, but it skewed
Mike,
into the
you
double
require
5.
60.
I can see what he was trying to achieve there. But Warburton yesterday on 60 checkouts was an absolute ninja.
Game's
And
on
he's
the
done it
second
again.
leg. Mike
Certain
Warburton.
checkouts at certain times in your career, you just see so easily. And over the last couple of days, when he's left that number, he has plucked it out of thin air with
Delegate
ease.
Scott to throw first. Game on.
2-0 to Warburton in this match, and 2-0 to Warburton in their head-to-head this week.
83.
They played match 4 on Monday. It was won by Warby in a very tight game. Warburton averaging 88 to Marsh's 86. Very similar doubles percentages as well. 40% for Mike and 33 for Scott. And it was incredibly similar stuff yesterday.
180.
The 180 stats are levelled in this game as Marsh gets the second. Warburton got the first. Is he getting the third?
140.
Very nearly. But a very similar game yesterday to what they had on Monday. Averages very similar in the mid-80s. Marsh with 50% on his doubles. Didn't quite get the job done.
58.
As Warburton won by 4 legs to 2. There have
100.
been lots of questions on social media about some of the players and, of course, where they're from. During COVID lockdowns and all of the restrictions, we've only been able to get players who reside
100.
in the UK. We would dearly love to get some players from around the world, and I'm sure at some point that will happen.
140.
We
Scott,
have
you
a few
require
more English
80.
players and a Welsh player coming your way tomorrow. And we have an Englishman and a Welsh player vying for position here as Marsh goes for tops again.
Game
And this
on the
time he
third
gets
leg.
it right.
Scott Marsh.
Really good use of the lie. As the first one is flat, he gets the single just on top of that and then elevates himself to tops just like that
Forward leg, it's Mike to throw
raise
first.
the gap down to
Game
only
on.
1 leg.
$60. $81. $140.
I've been in the position myself, playing the Live League in 2020, where the group has been decided fairly early, where a player has been dominant. And then you have to ask yourself,
100.
what kind of goals can I set myself for the rest of the day? Well, if you're Mike Warburton, maybe a performance in one game is needed.
140.
He didn't pick up a win in his first game today and only averaged 76. For the entire week, he's only averaging 83. but he's still in position to get in the top 3. Maybe he needs a game where he averages somewhere between 95 and 100. Or indeed, just something over 90. Just to fluff his confidence a bit. This, so far, is better.
99.
It's a very apt number he's just hit, because that is what he's averaging. 99. If he can take care of 62,
Mike requires 62.
He will indeed continue to be averaging somewhere in the region of 100. Double 16.
46.
He misses the chance. But he should be back unless Scott Marsh has got 3 perfect darts in him right here. That's not going to materialise. And one of the reasons why Warburton has been averaging
89.
in the low 80s this week is because he's been taking too long on shots like this. Instead of taking them early, he's been doing things maybe like that. That was very unfortunate. I think that's cascaded off the flight
75.
and really risen above its intended trajectory. Is he going to pay the price for that?
35.
No, he gets another shot.
Mike requires 16.
Double 4, different target.
Eight.
And you can see the frustration on his face.
Scott, you require
If you were to
40.
ask him right now how he feels about his game, I think he would talk about the fact that he's not hitting his doubles as crisply as he would like.
Game shot on the 4th.
Scott Marsh is the ultimate opportunist. He does take double 10, and this one is unbelievably at 2-2. It really should be 3-1. But how will Mike Warburton respond after losing that 4th leg?
Scott to throw first. Game on. $95.
One of the things I talked about with Mike's game a little bit earlier this week was the weight of the dart. He's one of the most impressive players when it comes to the line that he throws. He's very rarely straying into the 1s and 5s.
60.
But you can see what Scott's trying to do. He's trying to stack them on top of each other. Very similar to the old Phil Taylor style. Whereas Warburton's trying to sneak them up against each other with force. But he doesn't throw them that hard. He's just got a really good technique. His timing is very good. But his weight of the dart this week has been just a little bit off. Now, I expect Mike to get through in the top 3 today. And I expect to see him playing tomorrow night and Friday night. And another thing I expect from him is improvement tomorrow and Friday. The more he plays, the more tournaments he plays, the better he gets. He's a bit like Fallon Sherrick in that respect, and we saw what Fallon did in Phase 3. She made it all the way to the final, where she lost out to Jim Williams.
Mike require 167.
That is Perla right in the middle. Got to revisit the lipstick now. Does a very good job.
139.
Nothing wrong with his scoring in this match.
106.
It's just his doubling. And he could still be 3-2 down. Double 18.
88.
That would have been a real hammer blow.
Require 28.
To Warby, and this time he goes north of double 11.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
That is a really positive shot for 13 darter, and he does have the chance to win with an average of over 90 on this occasion. This could be the catalyst for some bigger performances later in the week.
Sig Flare gets Mike to throw first. Game on. $134.
He really does fancy this one, averaging just shy of 93 as it stands.
$134.
Reciprocated by Scott Marsh. Their previous couple of games being very close, and this one
60.
proving to be just the same.
$60.
Don't be afraid to get in touch today. Indeed, get in touch via at Darts Live League or indeed myself at the Asset 180. Let me know who you want to win the title this week. To join in Champions Week, of course, Rob Collins, who came third on Saturday night. Nick Fulwell, who lost out in the final to Robert Owen. But both of those players will join Rob Collins in Champions Week, which begins on September 13th.
60.
It was a good week last week.
167.
I'll be fascinated to see what happens in the next few days here. 6 darts from 167. And Mike Warburton could get his second 4-2 victory over Scott Marsh this week in consecutive days. But only getting 60 there just invites Marsh back in. He's someone who never gives up. Look at that facial expression.
140.
He has faith that he's going to get a shot at this 107. So word to the wise, Mike. Get rid of this now. And he misses the single.
Correct. 91. Scott, you require 107.
He is left on 88, providing he gets a shot. Now, Scott Marsh is really good in these positions, but he's unable to find the requisite treble there to give himself a shot at tops.
47.
And if Mike Warburton can be
Mike
crisp here,
16.
he will win match 5 and bolster his position in second in the table. Double 4. That's what he gets.
Shot and the match.
You can see how much it
Mike
means to him there.
Warburton.
It is one of his best performances of the week. He had to really scrap for it in the end, but he now has a 4-point gap in second spot, and the average is confirmed at 92.15, with the checkouts down because of that previous leg where he took ages to get over the line. But it is his first 90-plus average of the week, so congratulations to Mike for that one. Going into the next one, it is Nathan Girvin of Scotland up against Richie Burnett. It's 1-1 between these two so far this week, so someone's got to win the head-to-head next. Two players towards the bottom three of our table will now do battle, with Nathan Girvin up against Richie Burnett. And Richie Burnett in particular has to get a move on if he wants to be in the top three. If Nathan Girvin can get a win here, he would equalise Richie Burnett's position of 8 points and not be out of a chance of making the top three himself. But you'd have to say with Nathan's position at 6 points right now,
Feels like it's Nathan to throw first.
if he wants that top three berth to get into tomorrow night and Friday night's action, he has to keep winning and start right here.
140.
It was Girvin who snapped the unbeaten streak of Jared Cole in match 2. And he's had a bit of time to wait for his second match of the day.
140.
But what we have on our hands here from a daily perspective is something that you don't see very often.
60.
If Richie wins this match, he will get his first 2 points of Wednesday. And it would result, after 2 games for every player, in 2 points for everyone after 6 games. Everybody in the table would be on the same points, admittedly with different leg differences.
140.
But some of them being either identical or very similar. But the most important table is indeed the Group A table. And that's starting to get interesting in itself for that race for the top three. Mike Warburton currently has 14 points and has a 4-point gap to third position. And everybody in this table can still snag that third place, which makes the table, admittedly, all about the silver and bronze medal, but still very intriguing.
140. Nathan, you require 62.
Nathan Girvin's finishing in his first match against Jared was pretty useful at 44%. He's on double 16 here. And he takes the first leg with no error.
Nathan Girvin.
Really, really good stuff. Is he going to bolster his confidence on Wednesday for the rest of the week?
Second leg, it's Richie to throw first.
Nathan Girvin will be waking up right now, expecting to play competitive darts every day because he played development tour darts
60
late last week and the weekend. Came straight here to the Online Darts Live League after that. Played Monday, yesterday, and is playing well today.
180.
And he is 1-all with Richie Burnett this week. His first game of the week, in fact,
80
was against Richie. And he defeated him by 4 legs to 2, averaging 88 with 50% on his doubles at around about
89.
20 past 10 on Monday morning. He had another good game yesterday where Richie won 4 legs to 3, both averaging in the late 80s.
140.
And Nathan, somewhat unbelievably, had 100% on his doubles, winning 3 legs, but it wasn't good
90.
enough. So full credit to Richie for getting the win there, even though Nathan didn't miss a double. Just imagine if Nathan Girvin does get this win, there will be Nathan, 2 points between 4 players vying for 1 spot in Group B.
92.
Nice leave of 50.
Richie, you require 164.
And you fancy he might get a look at it. Unless Richie hits the bull. Well, he's left double 18. That's the only bright side of that miss.
50.
But it's double 16 once again for Nathan Girvin, who hits it once again. And that is unbelievably his 5th consecutive hit at a double against Richie Burnett in the last 24 hours. 3 out of 3 yesterday, 2 from 2 today. He's just not missing.
Third leg, it's Nathan to throw first. Game on.
This is good from Nathan Girvin so far. Maintain this It could be his best
100.
performance in this arena. Current personal best of 97.35. He's playing better than that right now, but he's only at the halfway point. And you might ask me, why would someone want to play on Thursday and Friday night
36.
as opposed to Thursday and Friday morning? Well, of course, Group C, which involves 6 players, you have to play 10 matches.
60.
And there are only 2 spots available. But the benefit of getting into Thursday and Friday night is that there are only 5 players.
83.
And you have to be in the top 3, not just the top 2. So there is a little bit more margin for error there in the table. You do have 2 less games, but you do have 1 extra spot available. So I think if it was up to me, I'd want to play on Thursday and Friday night.
100.
It's got nothing to do with the fact that I'd get a lie in as well. Superb stuff from Girvin, who gets to the finish first again. But he has company.
100. Nathan, you require 161.
A little bit of Richie Burnett calisthenics there. We're getting a shot at the bull for the 161. Oh, Nathan Girvin with a classic 161. That really does deserve an instant replay. That is now 6 consecutive doubles hit, and that is his biggest finish all year long.
Game on.
At the Online Darts Live League, of course. He hit his biggest one yesterday of 160. He's just gone 1 better. And make no mistake, Richie Burnett will remember that Nathan didn't miss a double against him yesterday. And he's at it again. This is proof that Nathan Girvin is a special talent. And he's only 18 years of age. He sticks with Burnett in the first 6. Trying to put in a personal best performance here at the Live League. But most importantly, to get himself in with a shout of the top 3. Get him into the battle before he goes up against Mike Warburton in his next match in match 9. But he still has plenty of work to do here. He's not over the line by any means. We've seen people reeled in this week from 3-1, from 3-2. But the one thing we haven't seen this week so far is someone lose from 3-0 up. It's happened in the Live League this year plenty of times, but it hasn't happened this week yet. He really has scored
Richie require 140.
very, very consistently in this match. But Burnett's looking for a hammer blow of his own. He now has to wait to see if Girvin gets another shot at the bullseye or possibly something better to finish him off 4 legs to 0.
86.
And that would really harm Burnett's leg difference. 11. Bull for the match for a perfect finishing masterclass.
75.
And it's the first time he's missed, and you can see on Richie's face that he expected Nathan to hit that. Double 10 to stay in the match. And he fails.
49.
He pulls it to the left.
Nathan,
and Girvin will surely revisit double 16. And he fails on 2 more occasions.
Richie, you require 10.
That could have been, and possibly should have been, job done. And it could still be job done.
Last start doesn't count.
As Richie Burnett is fouled out on dart 3 for an underarm delivery. And there it is,
shot and
Nathan
the
Girvin
match.
with a very,
Nathan
very
Girvin.
tidy performance. It's not a personal best for him, but it may be the best performance he has put in his own mind. 95.43. The checkered percentage came down a little bit in that last leg after multiple misses, but he won't care about that anymore because he's now back in the race for the third spot by drawing Richie Burnett on 8 points. Let's go forward to the next match. It is Darren Beveridge against Scott Marsh. And Scott Marsh has had the measure of Darren this week so far by winning both of their matches. Hello and welcome back to the Online Darts Live League. Things are juicing their way up in the race for spot number 3, aren't they? Look at that. 2 players on 8, 2 players on 10. Mike Warburton with a little bit of a gap here at number 2 spot, but there are 4 players vying for that 3rd spot. And here are 2 of them. They have the better position because they are 2 points ahead of both Nathan Girvin and Richie Burnett.
Okay, first leg it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
One of them is going to get to 12 points, but who will it be? I suppose the form book would say that Scott Marsh will
60.
get there because he has beaten Darren Beveridge twice this week so far. On Monday it was by a scoreline of 4 legs to 1, and yesterday by 4 legs to 0. So he hasn't just beaten him, he has bulldozed him. But I think it's fair to say that Darren didn't play his best darts against Scott the last couple of days. And if he does find a little bit of form, things could be slightly different. I've had a very interesting tweet from somebody this morning saying that Darren Beveridge looks very much like Will Young. If you don't know who Will Young is, he's a British-based pop star. I do believe he was the first winner of Pop Idol. quite a few years ago. I've got to be honest, I don't think he looks like Will Young, but
45.
the picture that I've been sent, I can understand why you think that way. I've also had a tweet from Sean. Thanks for tuning in. Asking me a question
100.
about the biggest regret in my darts career. If I had £1 for the amount of times I've been asked that. He was wondering if it was the time I went for the bullseye on a 1-2-6 against Wes Newton in the match play.
40.
Well, I'm not going to answer that
Darren
because
Beveridge,
Wes is with us tomorrow.
141.
So let's touch on that tomorrow when the nemesis of my career that is Wes Newton walks into the building.
59.
Don't worry, I've got plenty of stories about Wes. They're all for broadcast purposes, but I've been saving them. I haven't had a chance to commentate on Wes for a while.
26.
They're all nice, don't
Darren,
worry.
you require 82.
None of them are vindictive. But this is to take leg 1, a safe 17,
Game
and
shown
a
the
very,
first leg.
very good tops.
Darren
That is a
Beveridge.
confidence builder for Darren Beveridge. I was going to say booster. I was going to say builder. I ended up saying Bicester. That's the town
Second leg, it's Scott
in Oxfordshire.
First. Game on.
It's only the middle portion of the week. And I am mistakenly naming confidence boosters
41.
after Oxfordshire towns. I very much like his shirt. He is sizzling away, but just waiting to catch
100.
fire. Not that ice catches fire very often. Well, that is a beautiful last dart.
180.
Look at the way he displaced the first two barrels and made them almost bow to the attention of the third dart. Incredible stuff.
140.
Good scoring from both players at the start of this game. Scott is getting his act together after a somewhat lazy first leg. He's definitely found his range all of a sudden.
140.
He was just looking at his position on the scoring tablet to the left of the board before he delivered that third dart. He didn't want to get a 180 if he didn't need it.
140.
He wasn't aware of his position.
Scott, you require 140.
He's very aware of it now, trust me. All he can do is leave tops. He's going to need a perfect dart to do so from way across the room.
60.
Only 60 it is.
Darren, you require 121.
And Darren has a chance to double his lead. No such joy.
38.
And the last dart will not please him.
Scott, you require 80.
He's done this once today already.
40.
He doesn't repeat the trick.
Darren, you require
Beveridge, who
83.
blows on his fingers for traction. Just to get a little bit of dampness on the fingertips. Now looks at the bullseye for 2-0.
58.
Good line, just lacks a bit of power.
Scott, you require 40.
And the one thing you can't do with Scott
Game
Marsh is
shown the
leave him
second
in
leg.
this region.
Scott
It's
Marsh.
not just leaving him on tops. It's leaving him on tops with 3 darts. Because he's been very good on tops this week, but he's also been very good on 10s. So
Third leg,
don't
it's
do that.
Darren to throw first. Game on.
Just survey that grip of Darren Beveridge. He almost
100.
holds the stem instead of the barrel. It's a very individual action. And just going back to Sean's question from Twitter about the biggest regret in my career.
97.
I don't really have regrets. There are things I maybe wish I hadn't done. And there are lots of things I wish I had done.
100.
I really wish I'd hit double 12 against Wes Newton in the European Darts Trophy final. That one stung a bit. I had 3 darts at double 12 to win a European Tour event and missed. And then he pipped me on double 4 with his last dart. Just more proof that Wes Newton was constantly stealing cash from my wallet.
91.
I think maybe I do regret the old slitting of the throat thing against Kim Huybrechts in the World Cup, because that did not help my situation with Captain Whitlock, because the Belgians were united in taking us out
60.
after that. Maybe we shouldn't have done that. But trust me, I was punished for that by the DRA. They did leather me for that, but indeed, they fined Kim and Ronnie as well. So the only person not to be fined from that World Cup match was the Australian captain.
Darren, you require 150.
I wonder if Darren Beveridge is going to play for Scotland one day in the World Cup.
94.
Got a few people to get over in the rankings before he can do that. The likes of Ryan Murray, John Henderson, Gary Anderson and Peter Wright, of course, and Willie Borland. 64 tops.
64.
Oh, the wire was bent.
Darren, you require 56.
It has to be double 16. And he doesn't get away with it after the missed single.
Scott, you require 40.
He can count himself very, very fortunate that he's getting a shot at this double top with 3 darts. And I said it, don't leave him on tops with 3 darts. That's his worst shot at tops all week. But he fixes it on double 10, yet again, proving my point that you can't leave quality players on a double with 3 darts, especially when they are the doubles that they prefer.
4-legged Scott to throw first. Game on.
Had a tweet from Mike Garrett up in Scotland, good friend of mine, asking me how my operation went and am I doing Q school in January. Well, that is the plan.
76.
The operation was a success, but I have been told to be smart over the next couple of months. No heavy lifting,
43.
no golf, which is no fun. But the left elbow is in a bit of pain. I won't lie about that. It will take a while for that to subside because it was quite a painful procedure.
81.
But the right arm's all right. Just got a few other bits and bobs to do with that. And then hopefully we have Q school in my future.
134.
Thanks for getting in touch, Mike, and thanks for tuning in. Hope you're enjoying the coverage today and the matches, of course. This is match number 7 of our 15 today, and the middle match of today's schedule will be next between Cole and Burnett. It's a must-win game for Burnett if he wants to stay in the race for 3rd position, because he's going to have a 4-point difference between himself and whoever wins this match. The person who comes through this one will be in charge of their Thursday and Friday night destiny. Well, Scott has had a bad first dart there. He's wondering how he's going to leave a finish. Well, he has to go to the 20s or the 17s here, really.
26.
And that's a visit he wants to forget. He might well scratch his head a bit more after that one, because I don't think anything went to plan there. And talk about being put to the sword.
180.
Darren Beveridge sees the weakness and pounces on it.
$58. Darren, you require
Less than 100
60.
scored. In fact, it's only 84 with his last 6 darts. And Beveridge almost scores 240.
Scott,
the fourth leg.
120.
So it's been a really poor 2 visits to lead up to this 120. So it would be rather ironic if he took it.
80.
Not quite.
Darren, you require
Needed
20.
one more shot. Or indeed, 2 more shots. And this time it's Beveridge who gets 3 darts at double. And fails to take the double 10. This is a big match.
You require 40.
And maybe we're seeing some nerves in this one as Marsh again has 3 darts at double and does not miss. So every time he gets the 3 darts at 40, he does take it out. And Beveridge has only got himself to blame on this occasion, I'm afraid, because he had 3 himself.
5th leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
I firmly believe, and I may have said this before, I'm pretty sure I have, that Darren Beveridge is destined to be a professional dart player. He's tall in stature. He's got a very good chin. He likes to respond to adversity. He has played a lot in this room with success, but he's had some bad days too. And he's come back and battled and battled and battled. I believe that we haven't seen anything close to what Beveridge can do yet.
$125.
Scott's a bit older in years, and he's a family man, and you just wonder whether having a bit of steel tip and a bit of soft tip, playing a bit of challenge tour and things like this, might just be the way he wants his career to go. If indeed he is to have a tour career within the PDC, or indeed some tournaments elsewhere, that's entirely his choice. But the majority of players like Darren coming through have aspirations of getting through to the 128.
100.
This is a great vehicle for those players to test their skills against other players. It was invaluable, especially during lockdowns.
100.
He's very much in position, is Darren,
152.
to come through with some success in the Challenge Tour as he looks for double 16.
120.
And that could be it, because that was a great try to save the match.
80.
Because Marsh now on 80 is looking to win his 3rd straight match against Darren Beveridge this week.
60.
But he's unable to hit it.
Darren, you require 32.
Double 10 has been good to him in this match, but not on that occasion twice.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
There you have confirmation
Darren
from
Beveridge.
our referee Owen Binks that that shot, which was shielded by the blocker dart on the left-hand side of that double 16, was indeed in. So it is 3-2 now, with Darren Beveridge still alive.
Scott to throw first. Game on. 100.
So we've had a tweet saying that Darren Beveridge looks like Will Young. Last year there was a campaign of people saying that Scott Marsh looked like Phil Taylor,
55.
when in fact I think he looks a bit more like Rob Cross. Darting lookalikes. That could be today's subject. I was told last year that I looked like Damon Heta earlier in my life.
57.
I'll take that as a compliment because I am unashamedly one of Damo's biggest fans. I think he's a fabulous dart player and a great bloke.
94.
So that's your challenge today if you want to get in touch with myself on social. The players that we have today, who looks like Scott Marsh? Who looks like Darren Beveridge?
140.
Who looks like Richie Burnett? Nathan Girvin, Jared Cole and Mike Warburton. They're lookalikes. Who are they? At the Asset 180 or indeed at Darts Live League. And don't forget the hashtag OD Live League. That way we can track your tweets. Don't forget about the repercussions of this game.
100.
Marsh gets to a finish. He might have 6 from there. And will have 6.
60.
A 4-2 win will get him to 12 points and a
104.
leg difference of +4. Very healthy considering his other challengers' leg difference woes. It's tops. And it is the game. He missed 2 at double 10 to win by 4 legs to 1. But he does a very, very professional job on that Tum Plus checkout to get the job done by 4 legs to 2 in 6 legs. It was a very Scott Marsh type performance. Steady Eddie as he gets an 85.59 average and 36% on his doubles. Biggest checkout of the match came right at the very end. So he, as it stands, is in 3rd position. Can he be caught? We'll find out a little bit later on. But Jared Cole, who tops the table, has had a bit of a break since he won Group A. He's now up against Richie Burnett in the middle match of today's schedule. Time to see if Jared Cole can bolster his position at the top a little bit further. Currently on 22 points. And if he can find a win here against Richie Burnett and get to 24, he'll be within 1 win of a record equaling 26 in Group A. Richie Burnett is in trouble when it comes to his quest for 3rd position. He has lost 2 matches today already.
Okay, first leg it's Jared to throw
if he
first.
loses 1 more,
game on.
You feel that his chance of making the top 3 is gone. $60. The problem he has is that Scott Marsh is 4 points away from him and he's only got 3 matches left.
140.
And he's already lost to Marsh today.
60.
Jared Cole has only lost 1 match all week. That to Nathan Girvin, who is undefeated today and is the only player to be undefeated.
100.
This is the middle match of our schedule today. Match number 8 of 15. It's been a good day so far. But still, we've only seen 1 Tum Plus average this week. And it came from this man right here.
57.
be fascinated to see what happens between Warburton and Girvin next.
100.
Because I get the feeling if Mike Warburton wins that one, he's got 1 foot in Group B.
81.
As far as this week is concerned between these two,
100.
Richie has not
Richie
defeated Jared.
123.
But he might be getting the first leg here. If he fancies 66 more, he's not going to go for 16. But he does get the treble. That's aggressive.
Game
and
shown
very,
the
very
first leg.
good.
Richie Burnett.
I think that is very deserving of an instant replay because a lot of people would have gone for 16 bull there, but that was a really, really positive effort from Richie
Second leg,
Burnett.
it's Richie to throw first.
Hitting the double that got
Game
him that 95 world title. Is he going to send out a message to all of the pursuers for that third spot that Richie is not going to give up on that?
100.
Don't underestimate what he could do no matter which group he goes into. Richie Burnett has won a Group C before.
59.
In fact, I don't think there's many things that Richie Burnett hasn't done here. This is his 149th match. So when he plays in his next game, which is against Mike Warburton in
140.
match number 12, he has the opportunity to raise his darts to the pavilion as he puts up his 150.
100.
He does indeed have a very impressive win percentage. A personal best game of 109.31. But a win percentage all the same of around 57%.
131.
Which is very, very good indeed. In fact, most of the players in this group have got very good win percentages. Cole almost at 60%. Marsh at 60%. Burnett at 57%. And that might be improving here. Because he's in for a 2-0 lead against Jared Cole, who might be starting to feel a tiny bit flat. Now that he's won the group, he's got to manufacture a little bit more adrenaline from somewhere because he does look a little flat here.
I think it's Jared to throw first.
Is it a case of job done for Cole and some of the adrenaline has left his body?
60.
He's got to re-motivate here. Otherwise, Burnett, in this mood, averaging 100 after 2 legs, he could easily put in another ton-plus average.
121.
Especially when he's hitting his doubles as well. 2 shots hit from 3 attempts here. Just paying tribute to this class of players as well. Their best checkouts in 2021 here. It makes for good reading now. We've seen a 161 from Nathan Girvin today. But looking at what they've done this year, Beveridge, 160. That was this week. Jared Cole, 164.
96.
Mike Warburton, 161. Nathan Girvin, 161. That was today, like I said. Burnett, 167. And Scott Marsh with 2 170s. You don't have to be on tour to be able to do majestic things when it comes to finishing.
$59.
The personal best averages of the players do make for good reading as well. Mike Warburton with the best of 111.33. And they're all chasing the best, which was hit in very first week of the Online Darts Live League this year by Jason Askew. Just over 118. That was under threat at one point from Kevin Burnett, who just fell short
Richie require 135.
with 117.2. 60 for Bull. Look at this. What a guide. He'll be really
100.
disappointed with that try because
Jared
the
required
bullseye
90.
was gaping. Another single leaves the bull for Jared.
65.
He can only hit half of what he needed.
Richie, you require 35.
Double 16 for Richie Burnett. And he needs wins and big ones.
19.
Doesn't get there. For a second, he thought it might have just snuck in the
Jared
corner.
required 25.
Double 8 for Cole.
Game shot on
And
the
it
third
is
leg.
absolutely on the
Jared
end of
Cole.
a string, that double, because all week long, when he's left double 8, the majority of the time, he has just been able to close his eyes and hit it. Astonishing stuff.
Fourth leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
If he keeps hitting double 8 like that for the rest of the day, by the time he comes to the finals on Saturday night, I will have the double 8 stats for you.
58.
He has been so good down there.
$140.
You just wonder as well, because Jared is confirmed for Saturday, whether having the next 2 days off is an advantage for him. Ordinarily,
100.
I would say that maybe it isn't. Maybe playing on the Thursday and Friday and getting through would help Jared, because he is the kind of player that
58.
tends to blossom the more he plays. But considering he played Development Tour last week and then came straight here to play 3 days, maybe having 2 days off will help
99.
him to have that nice mix of rest and practice.
$93.
I've had a tweet from someone about lookalikes, and somebody believes that Darren Beveridge looks like Stephen Hendry. Now there's a compliment.
100.
Absolutely brilliant snooker player who I have had the privilege of meeting once. I'm not ashamed to say I was a little bit starstruck meeting Stephen.
100. Richie, you require 144.
Looking to strike on this one, but failing to get the first 60. We've seen a 110 checkout already today from Jared Cole. He could have been 3-0 down.
Jared, you require
This
110.
will bring it level at 2-2. Might stay there. Double 15.
95.
Good choice. Just didn't execute the double.
Richie, you require 86.
Richie's had plenty of experience on this checkout this week. He's had some success as well. Go for the single. He's missed. Going for the treble already today. And he misses the
43.
bullseye. He's not been that accurate
Jared,
on the
reckon
centre of
150.
the board today. He has had some woes there the last 24 hours. Cole
No score.
busts the lot. He's staring it
Richie,
down, but it's
require
definitely in double
43.
10. That's the second time today he's been cost a leg on double 6. Double 8. And
Game
Burnett
shown
is
the
in for a
fourth leg.
3-1 lead, somewhat
Richie
fortuitously.
Burnett.
He'll be very pleased to have that 2-leg advantage back. It could be so different. This time he gets a bit fortunate.
Fifth leg, it's Jared to throw first. Game on.
A defeat in this game and Jared's aspirations of a Group A record tally of points will be gone. All he could do
100.
would be to equal the record of 26. But what that last leg did was snap a bit of a pattern that's been happening for Richie
60.
so far this week. He's been getting the 2-0 leads and he's been squandering them most of the time.
134.
Not every time. But at points where he's had good starts, he has allowed his opponent to come back into the game. He will sincerely hope that he doesn't let Jared back into the game from 3-1 up.
100.
Good response here from JC. And of course, not the only JC in darts.
123. Jared to require
A couple of other useful ones
167.
like Johnny Clayton and Joe Cullen.
99.
They're two very good pals as well, those JC examples. What kind of pressure will be on the 68? He's left double 19.
140. Jared requires
Can
68.
Jared take care of business here to keep himself in this match?
52.
He hasn't got an extra dart at double 8 this time.
Richie require
And
38.
Burnett, who was only throwing 12 darts here, is going to split it. He's gone for the 6. And he's taken the double 16 as well. A really good
Richie
performance
Burnett.
from Richie Burnett. And he inflicts only the second defeat of the week on our Group A winner, Jared Cole. Well, sorry about the stats there. They're not quite accurate. His average was indeed more than 0. But it was a very, very good performance from Richie Burnett. In fact, his average was somewhere around the 89 mark. He'll take that because he is now back in the race for that 3rd spot. He's going to have to keep winning, though. As far as the next match is concerned, Mike Warburton, firmly in 2nd position, is now up against the undefeated on Wednesday, Nathan Girvin. We still have a quest for some of these players to make the top 3. But as you can see from our graphic there, Mike Warburton is in a very, very good position. And if he wins this match against bottom place Nathan Girvin, but that's a little bit misleading because he's won 2 from 2 today, then he will be looking very safe for the top 3. Nathan's been very, very good today. And in fact, he has 3 matches remaining in his schedule.
First leg, it's Mike.
He's going to play 2 of the next 3 matches.
Game on.
This one against Mike. And then, of course, he's looking to get his first win against Darren Beveridge in match 11.
$58.
Thank you for your tweets and your viewing support today via the Online Darts YouTube channel and the preferred bookmaker streaming services. Interesting tweet from someone saying that Richie Burnett looks like Paul Ritter, the late great Paul Ritter, who we lost recently. Was of course famous for the show Friday Night Dinner.
180.
Full plate there for Mike Warburton, who gets his first 180 of the match in quick, smart fashion.
60.
It's amazing to me that Mike Warburton's pretty much playing his C game this week and is still in a commanding position at number 2 spot.
47.
But full credit to Nathan Girvin today, who's doubled his points tally for the week already after his first 2 matches of the day.
95.
And he did so with an immaculate performance against Richie Burnett. 95.43 the average, 57% on his doubles, which could have been a lot better
85.
had he not missed so many doubles in the last leg of the match. But still, that 4-0 defeat really has damaged Richie Burnett's chances of making the top 3.
140. Mike, you require 131.
A lot of people these days on 131 like to go to the treble 17 first, which gives you options from 80.
59.
Like double top, double top.
Nathan, you require 149.
A bit more conventional for the 149, and that is door number 1. Door number 2 is locked.
121.
I love that
Mike,
leave.
requires
That's
72.
really inventive from Nathan Girvin. Double 12 for Mike Warburton.
Game shown the
Look
first
at that
leg.
for a central double
Mike
12.
Warburton.
Doesn't get much better than that. Finally poised in the corner for the 48, but that double 12, talk about right on the door knocker.
Second leg is Nathan to throw.
Smash.
First. 91.
Anybody who tunes into the live league on a regular basis and has listened to me rambling on for a few hours knows that I am a lover of a pattern. And no, I'm not talking about knitting or crochet.
59.
I like looking at results and seeing patterns that occur. Well, if you look at the schedule today, as we see the first 180 of the match from Nathan Girvin, look at all the results from today. All but one have been won by the player on the right-hand side.
100.
And that is the person who doesn't have the darts, which is really fascinating to me. A lot of the matches have not been close, though. In fact, only 2 of the games have gone the distance in matches 2 and 3. The only match that was won by someone who had the darts was indeed Nathan Girvin against Richie Burnett in that 4-0
Nathan
drubbing.
require 130.
Double 8.
Game
Somebody's
shown
playing
the
properly
second
all
leg.
of a sudden. That is
Nathan
a
Girvin.
wild 130 from Nathan Girvin. He really is starting to find his range on the outer ring. And indeed the bullseye. He's had some real highlights over the course of the last couple of hours. It's 1-1.
Game on.
A 161 earlier on the bullseye against Burnett. A 130 there. He's had a 160 yesterday. He's starting to find his mojo.
125.
That word, when I say it, is always for Richard Ashdown, because for some reason he loves the way I say mojo. And if I
60.
If I overdo it, a bit like the guy on the Big Brother accent, he likes it even better. Mojo. If you're tuning in today, Rich, hope you're well. See you soon. Might see you in Hungary next week.
100.
Yeah, the Euro Tour does come back next week, so you have a plethora of darts next week.
100.
Got the Hungarian Darts Trophy on Friday, Saturday and Sunday, and you've got Live League all week. And on Saturday evening, on the pre-show with Phil Bars, I will reveal who will be in the league next week. I might do a little bit of delving this afternoon to see who is part of it, who's confirmed,
60.
who's possible.
Mike, you require 158.
This is possible, but no longer.
60. Nathan, you require 160.
This is gettable. Very gettable, but no longer gettable.
53 left.
53 left.
76.
Sorts that out.
Mike, you require 98.
And Warburton, if he wants to lead with his own darts, has to find double 19.
Game show on the
That
third
is
leg.
beautifully done from Mike Warburton. A stunning array of finishing in this match so far. A 130 from Nathan Girvin. But that was the sandwich in between two fine pieces of bread from Mike, who finds himself a 72 and a 98.
100.
I love these games when they don't miss doubles. It just emphasises
40.
how much you aren't allowed to miss. And yes, Nathan didn't miss a double, but he did miss the requisite treble at the start of the 1-1-6 combination. A little bit of change of colour on the dart shirt today for Warby. Yesterday, the dragon was green. Today, it is red. I'm sure that's homage to his home country of Wales.
41.
His dart shirt today does have a bit of a Johnny Clayton feel about it. And there's nothing wrong with that.
140.
I'm still waiting for the time where Jose de Souza has a shirt with a calculator on it. I think that would really poke fun at the audience.
90.
Girvin still playing well and averaging just over 100 here to Warburton's 86. But look at the leg count. And look at that.
180. Nathan, you require 140.
The average is lying right now. He's doing a bit of a James Wade job. And Girvin does not get a chance at double top.
89.
This is under threat.
Mike, you require 83.
Based on what he's done in this match before. Double 16.
Game show on the fourth leg.
What more can you say about
Mike
that?
Warburton.
Because that was stunning from Mike Warburton, that 83 checkout. Someone's been listening in on the commentary, haven't they? Because earlier on today, I was saying that his doubles were letting him down. And it's evident that he's gone back to the practice room and he has figured something out on the outer ring, because he has not missed one of them.
100. $180.
Second maximum of the match for Nathan, and that equalises the two of Mike. Just had it confirmed to me
100
by my stats guru, Mark Walker, that Jared Cole is 8 from 12 shots on double 8 this week. That's pretty impressive. We'll keep an eye on that for the rest of the day. We will see more of Jared
100
in the very next match as he takes on Scott Marsh. Big match for Scott Marsh, that one. And he will know his predicament for gunning for second spot in the table after this, because he's currently 2 points behind Mike. But Mike has a big position here on Nathan to reopen that 4-point gap over the rest of the field.
Nathan, you require 56.
No missed darts at double in this match so far. And that continues. Just astonishing stuff from both players. I bow to thee. I love seeing games like this. Are we going to get any misses at all? Let's go and find out.
Sick flag, it's Nathan to throw first. Game on.
This is not out of the ordinary for Nathan Girvin.
62.
He had 3 from 3 yesterday in defeat to Richie Burnett. He was 3 from 3 when 3-0 up against Richie Burnett a little bit earlier today. He is now 2 from 2.
100.
When he gets going, he is dynamite. All the work he's done
60.
at the Youth Academy up in North East Scotland with the likes of Alan Suter and all of the other young talents up there, of which there are plenty. Well, right now, Alan has every reason to be proud of this young man, as we all are. He's putting up a really good fight against a seasoned player in Mike. Back he comes with his third 180. Warburton with a 140 to get to a finish first. Just an exceptional game. Girvin
99.
Leaves 100,
Require
averaging 104, but could lose it right here. Got a switch.
44.
Only trims off 44.
Nathan, you require 100.
And Girvin might get a shot at double here. He does not.
40.
Better on the floor
Mike,
than in the 60.
120.
That's what I always say on shots like that. Warburton needs to find a pinpoint 60 here and can't.
100.
Until now.
Nathan, you require 60.
He knows he can't miss this. Double 10.
Game
And he does not miss.
Flag.
Well, it's
Nathan
visit
Girvin.
perfect in this match now, and it is 3-3. Nathan Girvin is working really, really hard, and he genuinely thinks he's going to be the best player in this table today.
7th and final leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
He has 4 points for the day. A win here in this last leg, and he would go to 6 unanswered points at the top of the daily table.
140.
The only other player with 4 points is Scott Marsh, who comes next, but he has tasted defeat.
97.
For me, this has been the best match of the day so far, because of the sheer quality. And they've shared wins this week. They were involved in a very, very good game yesterday.
96.
Indeed, it was 4-3 to Nathan Girvin in the end when they played in the middle match. And this is one after the middle match, so they played at this time slot every day this week. Mike Warburton won by 4 legs to 2 in what was a pretty ordinary game on Monday. It was much better yesterday, but this is another level up once again. And still, Mike has not missed a double.
60.
Nathan's only missed 1. And his average has been in the hundreds the entire match.
95.
And it might not be good enough.
Mike, you require 80.
It is a key thing that he did not have the darts. And if Warburton connects with 40 more, he'll be only the second person to win with the darts today. And he wins with 4 out of 4 on the doubles. An exemplary performance on the outer ring from the man who was going to take second place in the table by the looks of it. We get our second 100 average of the week, but it's a losing average as Warburton wins with 100% on the doubles, a high check out of 98. Some of those combinations were absolutely delicious. But he goes up to 16 points, and he's looking good to get into Group B. As far as the next match is concerned, Jared Cole returns for another crack at improving his double 8 prowess. He's up against Scott Marsh. For the second time this week, we've just seen someone go perfect on doubles in 4 winning legs, and both of them were Welsh. We're not going to see any Welsh players in the next match, though, but we might just be seeing a Welsh player go into Group B, because Mike Warburton on 16 points, he's looking very safe, with 2 matches to go for all of the players for the remainder of the day. Jared Cole has 2 matches left, and if he wants to join Mike Warburton and Martin Thomas on a record equaling 26 points for a Group A effort, he has to win against Scott Marsh here, and indeed against Mike Warburton in his last match of the day.
100.
Match number 10 then. And Scott has the darts. And for only the second time today, we've seen Mike beat Nathan Girvin in having the start. Been a somewhat perplexing time of it for Wednesday, where 7 of 9 games have gone against the darts. Now in long format stuff, that's more excusable, but in best of 7, that's quite rare. We talked about the accuracy of Jared on double 8 this week, being 8 shots successful out of 12 efforts. That is really, really good. But Scott Marsh on double top and double 10 has been not as accurate as Jared on double 8, but he has been dependable.
56. Scott, you require 170.
I just get the feeling that maybe Jared Cole, after that 4-1 defeat to Richie Burnett in match 8, is feeling a little bit marooned.
40.
The job is done. And when that happens, I'm pretty sure that your opponents, who have more adrenaline pumping through their veins, might expose you 92. When you're a little flat.
Scott, you require 130.
Jared needs a spark, and it could be a 170 if he's given the chance. From the angle for the 60, he doesn't find it. So the chance of a 170 does fall the way of Jared.
58. Jared, you require 170.
Ideally, the first dart would be in the top left corner. That'll do. Bullseye.
145.
Second time this week he's missed the bullseye for it.
Scott, you require 72.
And he would have joined Scott Marsh in the 170 club for the week. Again, he looks to leave tops. But it's 10s.
52.
2 high and 2 to the right.
Jared, you require 25.
Look where Jared is. Need I say more? He misses it.
21.
He misses double 4 as well. Things are not going his way all
Scott,
of a sudden
you require
today.
20.
Only 2 points from a possible 6. They're both out of the way.
10.
But the third dart does not find the target.
Jared, you require 4.
And Jared, against the darts,
Game's
finds double 2. It might not be a 170 checkout, but at least a leg win will just give him a jolt in the right direction. Can he consolidate that break with a hold in leg 2?
Second leg, it's Jared to throw first. $99.
In the race for the top 3, things are very interesting when it comes to Scott. He's on 12, and his 2 closest challengers are on 10. Richie Burnett will take on Mike Warburton in a couple of matches' time.
100.
And Darren Beveridge will take on Nathan Girvin next. So there is a possibility that when we go into the last matches for everybody, that Marsh, Beveridge and Burnett are all tied for For that to happen, Marsh needs to lose here. Beveridge needs to win against Girvin.
96.
And Burnett needs to beat Warburton. One thing we do know is that if Mike beats Richie, he is solidified as second spot.
97.
We do know he's safe for the top three because he's got a 6-point gap between himself and Burnett and Beveridge.
140.
So Warburton is going to join Connor Scott, Wes Newton and Lee Cox on Thursday and Friday night. Where is Scott Marsh going to play? This might have something towards it. Bullseye.
59.
Can Jared Cole shut him out?
Jared requires 66.
And get that second leg in a row. Treble 14. It's now tops.
46.
Just starting to miss those last dart combinations now
Scott, you require
that he was not
25.
missing the last couple of days. Same height as double 10,
Game
but on the
shown
other side
second
of the
leg.
board. So it
Scott
is
Marsh.
almost the left-hander's double 10, and it proves to be successful on this occasion as he breaks straight back against JC. Into leg 3, we are all square.
It's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Nathan Girvin, who has won 2 from 3 games today, is sitting on 8 points. He can only
81.
get to 12. So a win for Scott Marsh in this game would eliminate Nathan Girvin from getting to the top 3.
140.
It would also enforce the fact that Beveridge and Burnett, in order to make the top 3, would have to win their final 2 matches.
57.
A somewhat key fact is that Scott Marsh, in his last match, is up against Nathan Girvin. It's not against Beveridge or Burnett.
180.
I do believe that that is probably the best 3 darts that Jared has thrown at the 60 all day. They looked really smooth. The equivalent of a very effortless drive down the fairway.
100.
That was like a frozen rope on the top tracer. Really is a good leg from Jared Cole here. The best scoring leg he's had, arguably, all day long. And the best leg he's had all week is a 13-darter. So he's on course for his best leg of the entire week.
59.
Whether it's
Jared
taken in
requires
11 or
51.
12, it doesn't matter. Double 16.
Game
And it
shown
is
the
his
third
best
leg.
leg of the week.
Jared Cole.
And he equalises the best leg of the week, which came from Scott Marsh. The only 2 players who have delivered 11 darters all week long.
Fourth leg, it's Jared to throw first. Game on.
We've had chances of fewer than that. Richie Burnett has left double 18 after 9, but failed to hit it.
100.
Jared is back, playing properly now, averaging just shy of 99.
$96.
If Jared does get the win here, Marsh is going to be looking over his shoulder. He's going to be very
100.
interested to see what Beveridge does against Girvin next. And before he comes back, when he plays Girvin himself, he'll have one eye on Warburton versus Burnett as well. He'll be hoping that Warburton does him a favour. He doesn't want to have to win that last game against Girvin to get through to the top 3. He wants to win this one and take the pressure off against the young Scotsman.
81.
Double dose of darts tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. via the YouTube channel of Online Darts.
140.
Same format as today. 15 games. 3 new players in Scott Williams, Paul Hogan and Justin Smith
100.
to join the bottom 3 players from this group. And then 10 p.m. tomorrow night we have 10 more games, and on Friday it's the same double session before we take a bit of a break on Saturday morning and hold our breath for finals in week 2 of phase 4, which has a different
60.
format now.
Jared, you require
2 different groups, 2 group games per player, which lead into the semi-finals and final. Top 3 going forward to Champions Week, as Dart 3 goes to tops for Jared Cole for 3-1.
100.
Just took a bit of a pause there. He wasn't
Scott,
happy
you require
with how he
160.
felt before that third dart. He might, but won't, get punished.
82.
Just
Jared,
held
you
my
require
breath
20.
there because I thought Scott Marsh was rife for that shot.
Game
And he
shot the
loses like
flag.
4. It's 3-1
Jared
to
Cole.
Jared Cole, who is doing a very, very good job here of picking himself off the floor after doing all the yard work and getting the group in the bag. He is
If
now
they get
on the
Scott
cusp
to
of
throw
another
first.
victory.
Game on. $100.
There's an interesting rule in the game that I have been querying this year, and I spend so much time around dart players and people who talk about darts,
82.
and indeed people who talk about music and sport in general. And these are the kind of conversations we have. We're talking about the dress code of steel-tip dart players, not only in the PDC, but here as well, where a lot of them wear dark grey or
60.
black trousers and black shoes, or these days a lot of people go for the more comfortable option of an all-black training shoe.
60.
But if you look at the Asian tour, or indeed a lot of the Darts Live soft-tip darts, which Scott knows a lot about over in the Far East, players like Lawrence Ilagan and some of the female players like Yukie Sakaguchi
100.
and all of the Japanese girls, they're amazingly stylish, wearing high-top trainers, all sorts of different attire. I think this game is really potent for a bit of a transformation.
89.
I think what Peter Wright does is just the tip of the iceberg. Stylish dart players in the future.
60.
Yeah, I think we need more people to just try and bang that cymbal. We need the classics. We need the people in the shirt and tie from the age of
135.
Steve Beaton and John Part. But this is the 21st century. And we just need to try something a bit different now and again. So if you are coming through, try something a bit different visually. Might get you a few extra followers on social media. Might just give you a bit of an
60.
alter ego as well, which you can
Jared, you
use
require
the way that Peter Wright
135.
has. Bit of a segue into what could be a colourful finish for Jared Cole, which isn't going to happen.
95.
But he does line up tops for the match.
Scott, you require
And Scott Fields on 1-2-1. 51's required. Finds that easily.
96.
Doesn't find the bull. And Jared Cole, for 24 points in the group,
40.
needs tops. Double 10
Game
comes
shot
to
and the
his aid
match.
once again.
Jared
And
Cole.
it is 4-1 to Jared Cole. So 24 points it is for Jared up to now. He eyed up the tops. It failed there, but double 10 has come to his aid plenty of times this week. He's within 2 points of equaling the record in Group A of 26 points. It's a great display. 95.58, a much better average than his opponent, and better on the checkouts as well. A thoroughly deserved 12th win of the week for Jared. Going into the next match, Darren Beveridge will take on Nathan Girvin in an all-Scottish clash, and it has a huge bearing on who's going to come third in this table. An all-Scotland clash will follow now. As you can see, Jared Cole at 24 points at the top of the table. He's safe there. And Mike Warburton safe at second. But who's going to get third? That is the question right now. Beveridge at 10 points in the table. Currently in 5th position. But still can, with 2 matches remaining, get himself to third. Really does need 2 victories though, because his leg difference at -9 is not in good position. He has saved his best for Nathan Girvin this week, defeating him 4-1 twice. But he's playing a very, very different Nathan Girvin today.
96.
Someone who is playing swift and very effective darts. He's putting in his best displays
43.
Pretty much the entire year on a consistency basis. Bit of a flailing last start there from Nathan with a bit of a dismount.
59. Nathan, you require 87.
Treble 17. Doesn't have to go 20 ball. Just lines up double 16
55.
For the next visit. Beveridge being hit with some very tidy scoring at the start of this one.
140.
He just needs to play within his own rhythm, not get swept up in the fast pace of Nathan Girvin. He has 2 8s now.
16.
And offers a chance to Beveridge
Darren,
to steal this first leg. Didn't really scare that 60 to give himself a shot at double 12
16.
Or something else. Double 2. And Girvin has gone round the houses, missing 16s, 8s, 4s and 2s. This one's a bit of a gift. A gift which has been unwrapped by Darren Beveridge. Well, in the quest for number 3 spot in the table, he might need a bit of fortune. He's just got it there.
Second leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
Key matches coming up for that 3rd spot race. This one, if Beveridge gets the win,
60.
Gets him to 12 points, level with Scott Marsh. But no matter what the result, Marsh will remain in 3rd for now, because his leg difference at +1 is 10 legs better than Beveridge. That is a lot to do with
43.
The first 2 matches that Darren played yesterday, where he was defeated 4-0, not once, but twice in a row.
58.
So I feel that Beveridge is going to need favours.
60.
He'll have to beat Girvin here. And then Richie Burnett is his last opponent. So it may be in his hands.
85.
But he could really, really do with a defeat for Marsh against Nathan Girvin in match number 13.
57.
That's purely because of the leg difference problem. You want to have things in your own hands. You don't want to have to rely on favours from your pals. Because right now, Girvin is his enemy. But providing that he gets the win, Girvin will become his best pal in a matter of minutes.
62.
This is a really speedy game.
46.
A speedy game that doesn't have Girvin on a finish after 15. Seems to have lost his way a little bit. He's playing a bit too quickly here. And he has a dart that explodes.
80.
Well, it's a good job the flight wasn't in the way there.
Darren,
he got the flight out of the way and
60.
plucked the 60 out of thin air. Beautifully done.
Game show on the second leg.
Beautifully done from Darren Beveridge, who finds double 8 to double his tally. And this is the perfect result so far. If he can get 2 more without reply, that's ideal.
Third leg, it's Nathan to throw first.
haven't been a great deal of 4-0s this week. It's been a very tightly packed cluster of results. We did have
57.
one 4-0 on Monday when Mike Warburton beat Richie Burnett. Then we had 2 4-0s yesterday, both against Darren Beveridge, Richie Burnett and Scott Marsh picking those up. And we've had just the one today
100.
where Nathan inflicted that on Richie. But as far as their 2 matches are concerned for this week,
41.
Darren Beveridge has bossed it, winning 8 legs to 2 cumulatively.
97.
Beveridge will have to use the 19s here to have any hope of getting a 3-0 lead. Just hasn't been in it in leg 3. He's taken his foot off the gas a little bit. Double 16.
48.
And Beveridge is still in somehow.
$58. Nathan, you require 16.
He's really not hanging around, is Nathan Girvin. He's playing like he's got a bus to catch.
Game shot on the 3rd leg.
And he's winning that leg
Nathan
like he's
Girvin.
caught the bus. It is 2-1 now, and he stops the fact that he could have been defeated by 4 legs to 0, but we haven't had many of those. Like I said, it's now down to Darren Beveridge
to
see if he can make it 3-1.
Game on. $100.
In their 2 matches this week. On Monday, it was 4-1 to Darren, averaging 80.
96.
Nathan had the superior average of 83, but a lot of missed doubles in that match, resulting in only 12% of success. Cost him that result.
180.
And Beveridge seems to have had his little break off the pedal.
135.
And has put his foot down once again in the scoring stakes here in leg 4. But as for Darren's
91.
performance yesterday against Nathan, that was his best performance of the week by quite a distance. 67% on his doubles with a 97 average. The most complete display we've seen from him by some way. Double 5 for a 12 darter. That is really good from Darren Beveridge. A superb checkout, which is very reminiscent of what he did a little bit early on Monday in picking off a 160 checkout. Just a little bit further to the left with the double. And the 130 gets him to 3-1. Good doubling stats from Darren Beveridge in this match. 3 hits from 4 attempts. Nothing pleases a dart player more than taking every chance they get. It's not just about the games where you don't miss a double. It's about taking every chance you're given. If you're given 5 visits where you've got 3 darts in hand and you take it
100
every time, that'll make you feel good. You're not giving a chance to your opponent.
140.
The technique now of Girvin is just getting a bit ragged. It's something I see a lot in young players these days, I have to say it. He's got a very good technique, but later in the schedule, or possibly later in a tournament, he starts to walk on that 3rd dart, he starts to wing out that left leg. The follow-through of the right arm starts to go behind his right hip.
Nathan, you require 135.
They're the kind of things that you need to eradicate, and you need to stay really, really within your throw. Otherwise, you could develop really bad habits.
Darren, you're going 141.
This is for the match.
100.
Good leave.
Nathan, you require 50.
If Nathan has problems on double 16. And he does have a problem.
32.
He hits the wrong one.
Darren, you require 41.
What a chance for Beveridge to get a better points tally.
Game
And
shot out of the
indeed,
match.
a good
Darren
performance
Beveridge.
finds him winning 4-1 yet again against Nathan Girvin for the third time this week. It's not his biggest average, but look at those checkout statistics. 80%, 4 hits from 5, and that's not even the best we've seen on the doubles today. The best we've seen was from Mike Warburton, and he is coming up next against Richie Burnett in an all-Welsh clash, because Beveridge is putting the heat on Richie Burnett when it comes to the third place race. Like I said at the end of the last match, the race for the third spot is heating up, and we still have 3 people possibly who could take that spot. Scott Marsh on 12, Beveridge now on 12 is in striking position, but if Burnett loses this one, he's in all sorts of trouble. You can see from his leg difference at -5 compared to Scott Marsh's leg difference, that's not good. So he needs to find a victory here against Mike Warburton, who is safe for second spot. And if he doesn't, he's going to need real help when it comes to the final matches for everybody, which will commence after this.
$100.
It's been a really, really interesting day from a daily perspective. And if this was just a standalone group for the day,
100.
Trust me, the calculators will be out. And for the second time for Wednesday, we have the possibility of all players being on the same points. Earlier in the day, when Richie Burnett was playing against Nathan Girvin, we had the opportunity for all players to be on 2 points. Now, Richie Burnett is playing Warby, and if he wins, all of the
59
players will be on 4 points for the day. It's making for the most intriguing daily tally. And just to give you an indication of where Jared Cole stands when it comes to joining Martin Thomas and Mike Warburton on a record equaling 26 points if he wins his last match against Warby in match 14. The one thing he's not going to do is get above the record of leg difference, which is held by Martin Thomas of plus 23.
123.
In fact, the best that Cole can do is plus 20. A lot of that is to do with the amount of 4 threes that have come the way of Jared Cole this week. But he can
100.
still equalise the points tally,
Richie
which would be
require
some
93.
74 remain in the first leg of this contest for Richie Burnett. That leaves double 16.
Game show on the
that
first
leaves
leg.
sweet
Richie Burnett.
nothing. Beautifully done from the Welsh legend. Straight down the barrel of double 16. And it is a little bit
Second
of
leg, it's
Warby
Mike to
style
throw first.
behaviour delivered
Game on.
to Warby. Because in his last match, he didn't miss a double. He was Mr. Perfect. And these are the two
140.
players this week who have had those performances of 4 out of 4 on doubles in a single match. Richie did that in match 3 yesterday against Darren Beveridge, averaging 101.9. Still the best winning average of the week. Warburton did it against Nathan Girvin, averaging 94.03
100.
in hitting all of his doubles. But it was the combination shooting of Warburton that was really impressive. 83, 98, 72.
45.
Just really, really good.
$96.
Now let's say that Burnett does lose this match and we go into the last games for these players in Group A. He's going to be 2 points behind Marsh.
135.
He's going to be 2 points behind Beveridge. Well, he could take care of Beveridge because he's got to play him in the last match. But he can do nothing about what Scott Marsh does against Girvin.
131.
It is going to go to the wire. But if Marsh really does find a massive win against Girvin, he can solidify his place in the top 3 because of his leg difference superiority.
34.
Double 17. The most neglected double on the board.
No score.
And it still feels a little bit lonely.
Richie requires 76.
Richie's one leg might have a pal in a second. If he hits tops.
36.
Chance missed.
Mike, you require 34.
Is it back to the same bed?
Game
Yes,
show
it
the
is. This
second
time he
leg.
gets it right.
Mike
Double
Warburton.
17. It was proven not so long ago that it is the one double on the board that is least used of all of them. So it's nice for it to be hit now and again. Welcome, double 17.
Third leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
It has, in fact, been hit for a 9-darter. Probably one of the best 9-darters never seen.
140.
Someone who has graced the Online Darts Live League this year in Jamie Caven. Hit that 9-darter against Simon Whitlock, I believe. At a Players' Championship in a quarter-final. Where he started with a 167, then a 180, then hit 154 with 60-60 double 17. Still one of the most creative 9-darters out there.
100. $60.
We're going back to stage darts in the PDC next week. And that is a thing that was really good to Richie Burnett, of course. A major finalist in the PDC, largely forgotten. And there was a weekend in Germany just over a decade ago.
60.
In fact, I believe it was 11 years ago.
Richie require 100.
Where he made 2 finals in 2 days and lost on the Saturday to Mark Webster and lost on the Sunday to Simon Whitlock. Double 14.
93.
That for leg 3. That was a place called Bad Nauheim, which I do remember well. Not just for the tournament, but the fact that the hotel was on
60.
Elvis Presley Strasse.
Richie require 28.
Double 7. High and to the left. Now, does he want to get rid of the whole total because Mike is on 181? Oh, yeah, that's really aggressive. Because a lot of players, what they would have done there was get themselves back to double 14 instead of the risk of leaving 7. Well done, Richie. Aggressive stuff.
4-leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Unbelievably, the one PDC
60.
title that Mark Webster has won was against Richie Burnett in the final. And that was when they used to play the Players' Championship events over on the continent.
59.
On the stage. In the final stages. You used to have the odd match on the stage for the audience, and then they'd play the semi-finals and final on the stage. That was a memorable weekend because I was sharing a room with Mark that weekend. It was great to actually share that experience with him when he got his first title. Everybody here at the Online Darts Live League
60.
wishes Mark all the best for his career. I'm sure he'll be going back to Q School in January to give it another go. And we've seen him play here this year, and he's shown some Welsh fire. He's still got it. It's great to see.
140.
But Welsh darts in 2021. No matter where you look, it's buoyant.
60.
Whether you're looking at Burnett here, Jim Williams here, Girvin Price, Johnny Clayton, Louis Williams coming onto the tour. What a player he's going to be.
100.
Are there other Welsh players looking to write their chapter in 2021? I'm convinced, you know, that there are more Welsh dart players to be found.
Mike, you require 101.
But Warburton is part of the Welsh darting furniture. He's a great talent.
49.
You don't hit 111 averages in a best-of-7 match without being world class. And this week he has had the measure of Richie Burnett.
100.
Does he have
Mike,
the measure of a 52 checkout, which I would think might have to be hit? Don't want to let Richie in. And he doesn't.
On the 4-flag.
A little bit more accuracy on that double 16. Finds him level at 2-2. And he's just gathering a bit of momentum and confidence on the outer ring now.
5th leg, it's Richie to throw
largely
first.
To do
Game
with
on.
that perfect performance against Nathan Girvin earlier. He's not at the same level in this game, but it's still very proficient at 40%.
100. $140.
If indeed this is your first day tuning into the Online Darts Live League, please feel free to like our coverage on YouTube. And please feel free to subscribe to Online Darts as well, so that when the coverage begins, whether it's a daytime session or a nighttime session, you can be notified if you switch on your notifications when the coverage is about to commence. We'd love to have your company, not only for the rest of today, but indeed for all of the sessions for the rest of the week and going forward. The Online Darts Live League, we're going nowhere.
96.
We are here to stay. You do have the option of watching on Sporty Stuff TV as well tomorrow night and Friday night from 10 PM. Channel 437 on your Skybox. But if you are watching
57.
internationally, don't worry, the YouTube page has got you covered. Going to be a small number left here by Richie, but how small?
137.
Quite small indeed.
Mike, you require
this
164.
Is a very, very big checkout, which is no longer possible 161 is the biggest checkout that Mike has had this year. And everybody in this group has got something over
79.
Oh, well, 160 and
Richie
above.
requires 72.
Just a sign of how good these players really are. 63 remain for Richie. That's not a good 9. But it is the bullseye.
47.
Misses by the smallest margin.
Mike, you require 85.
This one is on a knife edge. And the possibility of being in the top 3 is on a knife edge for Richie Burnett. Double 5.
80.
He gets a reprieve.
Richie, you require 25.
He must win this game and the next to have a chance.
Game shown
And
the
he is
fifth
nearly
leg.
there with a 3-2 scoreline. Oh, this is exciting stuff. Richie Burnett, does he want to get to Thursday and Friday night? He's only one leg away from getting one of the victories he needs.
Mike to throw first. Game on.
In similar fashion to Jared Cole, a little bit earlier on, looking flat after guaranteeing his spot on the table.
140.
Warburton in this match has regressed a little bit from his previous performance, but it's still not untidy. It's a 92 average. It's 33% on doubles. It's
140.
very respectable. In fact, the only thing to separate these two players in this match was that one miss from Mike and that one hit from Richie. Because the 92 average from Richie
43.
and the 37% of his doubles tells a very similar picture. Similar story. You don't tell a picture.
60. $93.
This one could have been getting away from Mike had he not hit that 54. That was a bit of a skin saver, that one.
60.
Richie does not get the anchor dart in the treble he required. So the advantage of throw stays with Warby.
80.
On day 1, Warburton owned Richie Burnett by beating him 4-0. It wasn't so much about
100.
Mike's performance.
Mike, you require
It was the fact that Richie just had a game off. He didn't hit a double from 9 attempts. But he is going to get a poke at a 1-4-1 to win by 4-2.
41.
It was
Richie,
a lot closer yesterday by 4-3 to Mike. But to reverse his fortunes against Warburton, he could do with a 105 here.
99.
That's not too bad. That gives him choices when he comes
Mike,
back.
you require 104.
He would, of course, have loved 3 darts at double 18 given the chance. That leaves 89. Might be the last shot he gets. Oh, that is so good from Warburton. You think about some of the things he's done today in combination shots, but he hasn't done that, which is save the shot with the last 2 darts of that visit. He gets a really good show of respect from Richie Burnett there. The nod was as if to say, what a really good fixed job that was from Mike Warburton. Just think about what number he was on before he hit that treble 5. It was 104. If he'd have hit the single 5, the shot was off. So he's somewhat lucky to have got the shot at that 89 with 2, but when he got it, he took it.
$100.
Richie's chances of making 3rd spot are hanging very much by a thread. even if he loses this, he's still not out of it.
100.
But he's going to need a huge favour from Nathan Girvin next. Trebleless visits are not what he needs. But maybe at this point of the leg, with Warburton 140 behind, he was afforded that one trebleless visit.
60.
And he was afforded it. He still has an 80 advantage. He's going to hammer his way through this 202.
145.
Very, very well done to leave a 2-darter. Win this game and get to 12 points to join Marsh and Beveridge. And of the 3 players,
100.
he would have the second best leg difference.
Richie,
it would be
57.
-4. Double top. And he gets there with a 14-dart hold in the last leg of the match. He loses the head-to-head with Mike Warburton over the course of the 3 days, but he does put in the best performance he's had against Mike all week long. Really good from both players on the doubles, over the 40% that you should require at this level, but ultimately Richie Burnett was just too good in leg 7. Nathan Girvin looking to do some favours for other players now as we go into the last matches for everyone on Wednesday. Scott Marsh waiting for Nathan Girvin at the hockey in a matter of minutes. One more match remaining for all of our players today who have battled valiantly so far through 4 matches each. But now we have, well, it is Scott Marsh who's in 3rd place at the minute. He can solidify his place in 3rd spot if he can get a victory here against Nathan Girvin, who will be in Group C come tomorrow morning. with Scott Williams, Paul Hogan and Justin Smith. But that victory for Scott Marsh
Nathan to throw first.
has got to be
Game on.
of a certain margin. He's at +1 in leg difference. And in fact,
96.
Burnett and Beveridge are so far back that if Marsh gets any victory, he's safe. So my statement about it being at a certain distance, well, it can be any distance. Let's say
60.
he does win by 4 legs to 3 against the young Scot. He would finish on 14 points and +2, and he would be 6 legs ahead of Richie Burnett, and that cannot be bridged. So it's not about the margin, it's about the W.
85.
And if he does get the win, he will be in Group B with Mike Warburton, with Connor Scott, with Lee Cox and Wes Newton.
98.
But if the upset comes from Girvin, then Burnett and Beveridge will have a shootout in match 15 for 3rd spot because they're playing each other in match 15.
81. Nathan, you're recording 170.
I assure you, Beveridge and Burnett really, really want
58.
Nathan to win this. You'd much rather be in Group B with 5 players total and 3 places up for grabs for the finals for Saturday night. Not a 6-player group where there's only 2.
59. Nathan, you require 112.
6 starts from here. And this is good news for Nathan. And good news for Beveridge and Burnett.
92.
Somewhat fortunate that that dart didn't go a little bit lower because it did hit the flight on the way through.
$100. Nathan, you require 20.
10 will ensure the first leg. That one could be awkward. He's got an option here. Go all the way to his left, which he's going to do. The other one was to go to the high point of the bed. We'll wait and see.
No score.
And he doesn't get it.
Scott, you require 116.
19s, surely, because he does love tops. 4 19s does leave tops.
76.
So Nathan Girvin gets a second bite
Nathan, you
at the
require
double 10 cherry.
20.
And
Game
gets
shown
it
the
right this
first
time
leg.
with a perfectly delivered
Nathan
shot.
Girvin.
And that is good news for Nathan, like I mentioned just a minute ago, but great news for Beveridge and Burnett, who really want Girvin to win this match.
Second leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Just going through the daily averages after 4 matches played for all players. Richie Burnett leading that statistic, averaging 92.11 for the day.
82.
Nathan just a little bit behind him on 90.51. Good effort from the young Scot. Jared Cole on 88.61. Mike Warburton
96.
on 88.19. A distinct improvement of about 5% on his weekly effort. Scott Marsh, incredibly, again averaging in the mid-87s, which he has been doing all week long.
140.
He is borderline predictable this week, is Scott Marsh. Darren Beveridge averaging 80.92 for the day, but still in with a shout of the top 3. The man for the doubles, Jared Cole, 40% for the day. Nathan Girvin, 38.71, which is very respectable. And then you've got
59.
Mike Warburton on 36%, and the other 3 a lot below that. We
43.
have seen distinct improvement from the likes of Warburton and Burnett as the week has gone on, but I think we've seen improvement from Nathan as well. His averages are starting to improve. His doubling has been better today, and in particular, It started to improve in the middle part of yesterday.
50.
He's on the back end of a bit of a scoring shellacking in this leg, though.
60. Scott, you require 170.
He's done it once this week. He might do it again. He might not have gone for it if he'd hit the 60 with Nathan all the way over on 280. It's not going to be 280 for long.
140.
In fact, he halves the score and looks disappointed with that because he was dreaming of leaving 100, which is a lot easier to hit than 140. Double top.
52.
Nathan Girvin does get a chance at the 140.
Nathan, you require
Just
140.
has to repeat the first two darts from the last visit. There's one of them. There's another for double 10. Wow, Nathan, what a shot that is. And a little flick of the eyebrows from Scott Marsh as if to say, this young lad can play darts. Look at that for a belter of a shot. Not his first ton-plus checkout of the day. And in fact, this week, he's been bulleting some of them in. 160 his best. He's had a 1-2-4 against Jared Cole earlier. That was an absolute ripper. But that 140 from him, that had some authority on it. It was almost wearing a sheriff's badge.
134.
I was reminded yesterday of a little bit of commentary I produced for a Kyle Anderson match a few seasons ago on the European Tour, and it really did make me think fondly of some of the times I commentated on our late friend Kyle, who we sadly lost yesterday. And when he hit a remarkable shot,
100.
For some reason, to this day, I have no idea why I said it. But I said that Kyle had been sipping from a glass of excellent darts juice. Well,
58.
In honour of Kyle, I do believe Nathan has been sipping from that cup, because that 140 checkout was worthy of the brilliant darts juice.
$100.
He has got Scott Marsh in a bit of trouble here. How much trouble is very dependent on what he does with these two darts.
96.
Well, I'd rather have 122
Scott, you require 167.
than 167. Especially when the 167 effort has only got a treble one to start, but he does recover.
83.
That's a decent recovery from
Nathan,
Scott.
you require 122.
But this would be a thorn in the side. Well, it's not going to happen. But he is going to leave tops, I believe. He's not.
65. Scott, you require 84.
Could have been worse, Nathan. Could have been worse. But Marsh has got to find this, surely. Superb first start. That is a guide.
60.
Oh, it doesn't go.
Nathan, you require 57.
Girvin for tops.
Game show on the third
Ruthless
leg.
from Nathan Girvin. And this
Girvin.
is a dream performance. Not just for Nathan, but for the people trying to pursue Scott Marsh for third place in this table.
Four-legged Scott to throw first. Game on.
They played the last game of Monday, and it was 4-1 to Scott Marsh. It wasn't close. Nathan did not play well, only averaging 72.
180.
Marsh averaged 89 in that match with a very tidy 44% on his doubles. And he's got Girvin on his tail no matter what he does.
180.
It was a much better game when they played the first game of yesterday's session. Marsh still won 4 legs to 2 with a 91 average and 50% on his checkouts.
43.
Girvin improved. But as far as from there to here, Girvin has improved even more.
55.
The strangest thing is, this looks a lot better than the stats tell it. 83 average for Girvin, 88 for Marsh. But Girvin's finishing. The timing of them has been good. Not just that 140 out, but the others as well. He could set up a 170 here, but he set up something even easier. Not that 170s are easy. They feel easy when you hit them. But if he hits the 132, Marsh's leg difference is going to plummet to -3. It doesn't make any difference.
Nathan, you require 132.
Because if he loses, he's going to be eliminated from the third place race. And he will come back and have another crack at Nathan Girvin tomorrow.
Scott, you require 157.
He will be in the same group. This will be some way to save the match. Scott Marsh. That is absolutely exemplary from Scott Marsh. Talk about brinksmanship. You talk about the likes of Danny Baggish at Q School getting the last tour card with amazing darts. But that is some shot when your opponent is sitting on 44 for the match at 3-0 and he plucks out a 157. Sensational, Scott.
83.
I really do admire finishing like that. It reminds me of one of, if not the best finish of my career, where I took it 144 against Magnus Carus in the Grand Slam.
60.
And if I didn't do that in the penultimate leg, I was out.
$121.
I got through the group and I got through the last 16 as well and made my only appearance in a Grand Slam quarter-final. The Grand Slam returning to Wolverhampton this year, its spiritual home.
45.
2 defending champions this year. One at the Aldersley Leisure Village in Girvin Price, who has never been defeated there. And the existing champion 59. From last year, Jose de Souza. Should be a really, really interesting tournament. And the field isn't even complete yet. Well, Marsh's adrenaline was high after that 157, but it has fallen off a cliff, unfortunately, as Girvin goes a little bit crackers on that 60 in this 5th leg, and he's only 98 away with darts in hand. In fact, he's got a minimum of 6 to make sure that 59. The last match of the day is a shootout.
98.
Double 18 is his first match dart, and that's the only one he needs. A great finishing display from both players. I have to add that at the end, because the 157 from Scott Marsh was absolutely delightful. But the 91 average and the 50% on doubles and the 140 checkout, let's not forget about that from Nathan Girvin. That was too strong for Scott Marsh, and he is now eliminated from getting into Group B. He will be in Group C with Nathan Girvin come tomorrow morning at 9:30. We're going to get a look at the first 2 players in the table now. There's not really anything on this game, but there is a chance for Jared Cole to equal Mike Warburton's record with Martin Thomas in getting 26 points for Group A. two next players will play their final match for Wednesday right now, but as you can see at positions 1 and 2 in the table, they cannot be caught for first and second spot. But can Jared Cole join Mike Warburton in another sense in equaling his points tally record for Group A? 26 is possible. 24 would still be very, very good. But there is a very relaxed Jared Cole. Good to see him smiling. But there's one more job to do before you have 2 days off, young man.
Okay, first leg it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Warburton knows that he's playing in Group B. He knows that he's going to be playing against Connor Scott, Wesley Newton and Lee Cox. But who's going to join him?
140.
It will be either Burnett or Beveridge, as they do battle in a shootout for Group B after this.
100.
Jared has had the measure of everyone before today began, but he has suffered 2 defeats. One to Nathan Girvin.
41.
That was a really good performance from Nathan, winning by 4 legs to 3. He also lost to Richie Burnett, did Jared. Richie really did play very efficient stuff in the 8th match of the day. But one thing I neglected to mention before the last match began, and I'm really chastising myself for not bringing this up, is that everybody was on 4 points before the last match began.
100.
Which means that this group is going to finish as tight as it could possibly finish. 3 players are going to finish on 6 points. 3 players are going to finish on 4 points for the day. And it doesn't get any closer than that.
$55. Mike, you require 138.
That's a bit of a side story, and we will publish the league tables with at Darts Live League on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook a little bit later. But we know the story. These two know where they're playing.
98.
It's Saturday night for Jared. It's Thursday and Friday night for Mike. Treble 18 for double 16.
74.
Not missed by much.
Mike, you require 40.
His doubling over the last couple of matches has been really good. And it is good again. There's just so much authority behind some of these shots at the outer ring now. I think after his first match today, he must have looked at himself in the mirror and said, what have I got to do to finish better on the doubles? He's gone back to the practice room and he's fixed it.
180.
First maximum of the match for Jared Cole. Comes in leg 2 of the contest. In his previous
60.
game, Mike was on the end of a defeat to Richie Burnett. Got 42% on his doubles, but there were some good finishes in there.
140.
Jared misses the chance to set up a 9 by missing dart number 6. But the performance before that for Warby, the 100% checkout rate against Nathan,
25.
that was very impressive.
$100.
I'd like to say with conviction that the 2 games that these guys played over Monday and Tuesday were classics. Well, they weren't really. The one on Monday was a bit forgettable. Both averaged in the 70s, and they were both a bit tired by the time it came to match 14.
Game shown
But there's nothing tired about that, because Jared Cole takes out 81 and 2. And that's something that Mike Warburton has been doing very well today. The 2 dart combinations, and this one is level after 2.
Game on.
The game they had on Monday was forgettable, like I mentioned, but the one from yesterday was a bit better.
100.
Warburton averaging 82, Cole with 85. You just get the feeling that maybe this one will be a little bit better still.
119.
Big shout out to our referee today, Owen Binks, taking care of business
140.
in his 44th match of the week so far. Only 61 to go, Owen. 105 games for him to referee all week long. That is not an easy job.
140.
And he does a great job as a young ref as well. Also a great shout out to all of our backstage crew.
60.
All of the scalpers, the spotters, the director, everybody in the production team.
100.
And the security looking after the players' welfare. All of the contributions are not forgotten.
100. Jared, you record 142.
Might go 17s here. A lot of people like that route. 60. Would have left tops. There's a real method behind that shot.
101.
He's got to get the treble 19 with 81 left now. And Jared is staring down this 80.
69. Jared, you
With
require
Warburton poised
80.
on double 16. 25 and bull.
40.
He doesn't need me to tell him that not getting a shot
Mike,
at double from
32.
80 is a mistake.
Game
No
shown
mistake
the
there
third
from
leg.
Warby, who takes a
Mike
2-1 lead
Warburton.
against the one at the top of the table. He's trying to protect himself and his 26-point total from phase one. He doesn't want any more
Jared
company
to throw
there.
First. Game on.
I'm pretty certain that Mike Warburton will not know anything about that. He'll remember having that brilliant week from a few months back.
100.
Martin Thomas in phase 3 got to 26. But he doesn't want anybody else to get there. When you got records, you want to keep them.
60.
I remember I broke the triple jump record in high school, and I had it for about 50 seconds. The guy after me broke it after I did.
46.
I think the only record I actually hold in the world of darts is being the only existing major champion not to be involved in the following Premier League. That was the case with James Wade a little bit earlier this season when he was not in the Premier League and won the
59.
UK Open, but then he consequently was in the Premier League because of the COVID-19 diagnosis of Gerwin Price, the world number one. So I still cling on to that fact
100.
that I am still the only major champion not to be involved in the Premier League after that win. I'm sure it'll happen
60.
again at some point. Not for me, but for somebody else. Here's Warburton making his move. He could be.
180.
There's not really any bad times to hit a 180, but that is a really good one. Speaking of which,
180.
superb from Cole.
Mike, you require 62.
I think there was a couple of smiles in the room there, as if to say, yeah, we can play this game, can't we? We can dart it out. Double 16.
30.
And Cole
Jared,
take
you
advantage
require
of that
56.
miss from Mike. Double 10.
Game
Oh, it's
shown the
good.
fourth leg.
Lots of authority
Jared
behind
Cole.
that one. This one's tight at 2-2. I've got no idea who's winning this one. I get the feeling that maybe one of them is going to mismatch darts and be punished.
Fifth leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
But indeed, it could be one of those matches where someone gets a match dart and takes it with just the one.
100.
The Jared Cole average is 98. The Warby average is 87. The amount of times that's happened this week,
140.
where Warburton's average has been under his opponent's by quite some distance, and he's still level on the score sheet. It's almost like he's been reading James Wade's
100.
manuscripts. If you don't know what I mean by that, It's because James Wade has this
100.
incredible habit of winning matches with an inferior average.
$60.
Of course, one of the things that you could do to jazz darts up a little bit in the future is you could have players not playing against an opponent.
57.
You could just have them playing against the board, of course. When golfers go onto the course, they have match play, where they play against the player. But in stroke play, they play against the board, or against the course, not against the
100.
board. But imagine if we had a tournament where the players played against the board and registered a score, and they weren't trying to beat a person.
60.
They were trying to register numbers.
Mike, you
And there's
require
something for you to think about.
141. $59. Jared, you require 144.
We've seen a lot of big finishes today, but we're not going to see the 144.
92.
Very similar to
Mike,
the
you
last
require
leg. Both
82.
players on 2 darters. The first chance falls the way of the Welshman, who
Game
does
shot on
not
the
make
fifth
an
leg.
error. It's 3-2 to
Mike
Wales
Warburton.
now. Just good finishing again from Mike Warburton. He deserves an instant replay because look at this tops. Very central as far as the weight of the dart is concerned.
Game on.
And he'll be very happy to be 3-2 up against an opponent that he has not defeated this week.
59.
We are almost at an end to our session for today. So let me take this opportunity to thank you for your company, whether you've been able to tune into the whole lot
100.
or indeed just bits and bobs of it. We understand that you have very busy lives, but don't forget that you can take us with you wherever you go.
56.
The Online Darts YouTube channel, if you hit subscribe, switch on your notifications, and take your headset with you, you can watch us wherever you go with your smart device, whatever it may be.
99.
Of course, you can't watch us on a smart washing machine or smart fridge. Just something with a screen.
Was
very smart.
180.
That was a 180 with a Dickie bow tie on it. Beautifully done from Jared Cole. Oh, that was very tidy, but unfortunately, tactically wrong. A little bit of
90.
a Johnny Clayton style approach to a finish. Although he doesn't make as many mistakes these days. He's learned from his mistakes. That's a great approach though. To leave 68.
116.
57 is hard to hit. Only had half the bed to aim at.
56.
And this is match point for Mike Warburton
Mike, you require
to
68.
protect his record of 26 points in a Group A. He needs double 4. And he doesn't allow Jared Cole to get to the summit with that record. It's a really good finishing display once again from Mike Warburton, who finishes his campaign with one of his best displays against the strongest player from this group, an 89.93 average, another good checkout percentage of 57.14. But that wasn't a bad display from Jared. He didn't have the darts though. That was the key thing. We have one match left and it will decide who will play in Group B on Thursday and Friday night. It's a shootout. It doesn't matter about the leg difference. It's Beveridge versus Burnett next. have our winner of Group A. He has gone through to Saturday night's finals. That's Jared Cole. He is followed by Mike Warburton, who goes to Group B. He will have some company, though, in Group B, but who will it be? No pun intended. Richie Burnett and Darren Beveridge sit at 4th and 5th in the table right now, but with Scott Marsh finished after 15 games in Group A, he will be caught by one of these two players.
Okay, first leg it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
12 points each. -6 in leg difference for Beveridge. -4 for Burnett. They can only be separated by 2 legs after 14 matches. But one more game of best of 7 darts will determine how much sleep they get tomorrow morning. Whoever loses will go into Group C to join Scott Marsh, Nathan Girvin, Scott Williams, Paul Hogan and Justin Smith. And Darren Beveridge lays down an early marker.
$58.
It just had to be one all, didn't it?
140.
In coming into this match after the last couple of days. 4 legs to 3 on Monday to Darren Beveridge in a decent game where he averaged over 91.
100. Darren, you require
Things were
81.
very, very different yesterday when they played. We'll get into that in a second.
41.
Richie just feeling out this first leg.
58. Darren, you require 40.
He needs tops for an early confidence boost. 5-5 to save it. And he hits a 2 just to leave 4-4. I like that play. That shows that he's confident to come back and take 4-4 instead of being lumbered on a single 5 number.
140. Darren, you require 8.
So it's up to you. You left it. It's an old darts saying.
Game shot
He
the
left
first
it.
leg.
He took it.
Darren Beveridge.
He does take the 1-0 lead in this shootout of a best of 7 leg match. And he has first blood against Richie Burnett.
Second leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, the game between these two was very, very different to what we saw on Monday between Richie and Darren. Because that was the performance of the week from Richie Burnett. 101.9, 100% on doubles. It was a flawless performance. I say flawless because, of course, we have seen better averages than that. But 100 average with 100% on doubles is pretty impressive, isn't it? Darren had no answer. He didn't get a shot at a double. He only averaged 76. He knows that he can't play that poorly against Richie here.
81.
And the fact of the matter is, he's not.
$123.
If Richie Burnett keeps dancing like that on Dart 3, I think the Bolshoi Ballet are going to start calling him.
98.
They're going to have to rename one of their moves in ballet as the Burnett. I'm sure there's somebody out there who has got enough time on their hands to create a little gif or something called Burnett Ballet. That is superb from Darren Beveridge. Just when Burnett was feeling comfortable in this leg, a question has been asked. And the answer is found by Burnett. This could be a very, very good game of darts. They're trading really heavy blows in the first couple of legs. And we go into leg 3 with a level score.
Third leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
I really have enjoyed today's action. Like I mentioned a couple of games ago
55.
when Scott Marsh was losing to Nathan Girvin, we have the tightest possible group from today only, where 3 players will have 6 points
81.
and 3 players will have 4 points. It does prove to me that this group was always going to be super competitive.
58.
I think it is somewhat flattering to Jared Cole that he's won it by some distance, in fact by 6 points. But the reason he has won this group is because he won the 4 threes that matter.
57.
If Jared Cole had won that last match against Mike Warburton,
100.
he would have won the group by 10 points. In fact, he's won it by 6. And Martin Thomas, who shares the record of 26 points from a Group A effort and the record of the biggest margin
100.
of winning a group by 8 points, they are still intact because of that Warburton win.
100.
Now, Burnett on 263 has got to be very wary here. He's going to start north. He can't stay there unless he gets the 60. If he'd got the 60, he would have moved.
45.
But a single 20 and you fail to leave a finish with an opponent already under 200.
140.
Darren had to see that as an opportunity and he used it. He's got company in 2-dart range,
Darren,
but you'd
you
much
require
rather be in
48.
Darren's shoes. Double 16.
Game
Double
shown the
8 is a
third leg.
fine find, and
Darren
it is 2-1 now.
Beveridge.
As you see these tall darts obscuring parts of the double 8, but he's tall enough to see over the top of them
4th leg, it's
to
Richie
take a lead and get to the halfway point first.
Game on.
Beveridge statting 96 as an average right now, with 1 out of every 3 darts
60.
at double successful. Burnett just under 90, with 1 out of every 2 shots at double successful. So he just needs to up the scoring a little bit
60.
to try and get a chance to possibly take the lead in the next couple of legs. This is why best of 7 is so good.
97.
It's such a lovely format to give players a chance, but it is cutthroat enough to keep the players just a little bit nervy.
40.
One thing I neglected to mention in Richie's
100.
last match, which he won by 4 legs to 3 against Mike Warburton, is that he brought up his 150th game in the Online Darts Live League this year.
100.
So congratulations to Richie, who is now playing his 151st. That is some try. He has been given a lot of opportunities, which I'm sure he's very grateful for.
100.
He's made the most of them. In fact, he is now second
81.
on the 2021 list
Richie
of
require
amounts of games played.
144.
He's still behind James Richardson, who's on 172. He's going to have more games to come this week, but how many? Oh,
81.
that's a bad last start.
Richie
Even the straight
require
ton would have left
44.
something easier. Double 16 for Burnett once again. He missed on the outside in leg 2.
12.
This time he does not hit it with dart 3. And Beveridge
Darren, you
is
require
ruining the fact that he did
139.
not leave 120 or something less.
59. Richie require 32.
Got to mop this one up and just take care of business. 2-8.
16.
He looks at the board
Darren,
and
you
he's thinking
require
what I'm
80.
thinking. This could hurt. Double top.
60.
Not quite. And Burnett is
Richie
playing with
requires
fire
16.
here.
Game's
But he
on
finds the
forfeit.
fire. And
Richie
he is
Burnett.
at 2-2 eventually. But that was very, very close. He had to survive a leg dart there from Darren Beveridge, who could have been 3-1 up.
Fifth leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
Sure, there's a lot of people out there who are willing Richie Burnett on. But I know there's a lot of Scottish people tuning in, willing on Darren Beveridge to get himself into tomorrow night's action.
60.
It is an easier group. It's nothing to do with the players. It's the opportunity. 3 players from 5 qualify in Group B. Only 2 players qualify from 6 players
45.
in Group C. That's the difference. And if it is to be Burnett through to Group B, you would get Newton versus Burnett.
100.
That's got a bit of a ring to it.
$41.
Here's Darren losing his range on that 60 at the wrong time. In the middle to later portion of this best of 7 match. It's all getting a bit edgy.
100.
The last dot 60 just gives him a nice lead of 74. That's better.
145.
Superb thinking. He didn't get ahead of himself. He knew his position. The first 2 darts in the 60 were prime for a 180, but he knew that he needed to go 25 and bull to try and leave the finish.
140. Darren, you require 107.
And if he converts this, it'll be the best 6-dart conversion of the week. Bullseye.
122.
Oh boy. That really must have slipped
Richie
out of his hand.
101.
Superb try, though, from Darren Beveridge to clock 315 in 6. Just gets the single 9 for double 16. And Burnett snaps one in for 3-2.
Richie Burnett.
Oh, what a leg that was. We missed the 170 for Darren Beveridge. And then in comes Burnett to take the lead with a break of throw. And he now throws to get through to Group B.
Game on.
We have seen Group A go all the way to the last leg.
41.
At the end of Phase 2, when Robert Owen was playing Aaron Monk, was vying with Aaron Monk, sorry. Robert Owen was playing Andy Jenkins.
91.
Robert Owen just needed one more win to win Group A. And Andy Jenkins needed to win by a certain margin, and he did. And Robert Owen had to go to Group B instead of the finals night on Saturday.
100. $85.
Just a little bit tentative with that 3rd dart, but he does have a slender lead of 35. Burnett goes a little bit berserk on the 60 with darts 2 and 3 and gets himself 105 ahead.
60.
And he is in the chair right now. He started with the darts in leg number 6. He remains in charge in that respect. Another 140 would be very handy.
100.
The ton will do, and he forces Beveridge to go 19s. Got to stay there. Now he has to go north.
58.
The trebles have dried up.
Richie, you require
And Burnett,
120.
who started today in 4th position, is within striking distance of the top 3.
100.
And don't forget that he started this week on Monday very poorly.
100.
He did, in fact, finish with only
Richie
2 points
require 20.
for Monday, but to finish with 14 for the group, he does find
Game
another
shot out of the
12
match.
on Tuesday and
Richie
Wednesday,
Burnett.
and he goes through to Group B. Darren Beveridge will not get a lie-in tomorrow, and he will return for Group C with his countrymen Nathan Girvin and Scott Marsh. You see that Burnett was just a shade better in the key moments in that match. Well done to Richie, and he will have that dream match against Wes Newton tomorrow night, which I can't wait to call in. Thank you for your company today. It has been an absolute pleasure of mine to call all these games for you. We hope you can join us tomorrow morning from 9:30 a.m. via the usual channels. We do have a double session tomorrow, so put on those notifications on YouTube to see if you can join us. And Sporty Stuff TV tomorrow night from 10 p.m. Have a wonderful Wednesday. Everybody take care of yourselves and send a lot of love around the world. I will be back from 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. This is The Asset signing out for now. See you on Thursday.